Let's go! Oh my god, is everything working this time? It better work this time. We had several tries today. I'm gonna go apeshit if it doesn't work. Come on. There should be something happening right now. What is this? Okay, right now we are literally live. Why are you not showing that? How do I not know if I'm live or not? Is this me? Okay, this is how this is now getting very confusing. Wait, is this the live it's going for? Don't fuck with me right now. Nope. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. It should be though, to be honest. Okay, we're gonna test that. We're gonna test that because I'm not sure if it's even working or not. Watch it actually work. This is when you have random YouTube videos. Oh, it is actually working. And I'm not, it's not working. It is actually working. Wait, is this the live it's going for? Okay, this is what I have for still having on my settings from the replicant. Nope. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. It should be though, to be honest. Okay, we're gonna test that. We're gonna test that because I'm not sure if it's even working or not. Okay, wait, let me have to. Okay, there we go. Watch it actually work. There we go. It's actually it's actually working. I can't believe it. It is working. Let's go. And it's not working. It is actually working. Wait, is this the live it's going for? Okay, this is what I have for still having on my settings from the replicant. This is beautiful. It is working. I don't know about how loud it is. I have no fucking idea. Okay, we're working with this. I love it. Because I'm not sure if it's even working or not. Okay, wait, let me have to. Okay, there. Okay, we're working with this actually because I love it. Okay, I'm excited. I was waiting for this one for so long. Like you don't even know. Like I've been pretty early on to this game, so I literally was like before the Kickstarter because it's being Kickstarted, right? I have links in the description, as if anyone watches this. I was waiting for this one for so long, like literally even before the Kickstarter and everything. I was like ready, and like then the Kickstarter started today, and it was just like, oh shit, final countdown. And the final Kickstarter began, and I'm just like, okay, you know what? I am first gonna read like the page and play the demo because you know I was like waiting for a merge tier, and they have merge, and I was just like, okay, but I don't know. I have faith, but I don't know who to get right now, right? And I have faith, but it was like I don't know who to get yet. And yeah, that's why we're playing the demo now, so I know what I want from like the Kickstarter tier, right? But yeah, the plan is to pledge pretty high, you know, not too high, but high, you know. Okay, I don't want to ramble any longer. We earn for it. I'm very sorry for the person that I'm going to become in the next few minutes. I'm sorry for the person that I'm going to become because I'm gonna be in my element. I'm gonna be very much so in my element. It's going to be absolutely crazy. I can't, you know, I can't vouch for anything. Okay, I'm very much so going to be in my element. I'm gonna put this up. I'm gonna put this up. We're gonna put this up. Are we? You know what? Should I do that? No. Wait. Let me see if I can do that. Let's see. Let's do window. Oh no, this is terrible. And I don't have my other thing right now. Let's do full screen window. Okay, this should be great. And then return. So now it's full screen window. Does it have a is it me? This is very unfitting if it's like that. Let me see. It's full screen. And then return. Okay, it's always like this. Okay, yeah, my cursor is so unfitting. My cursor is so unfitting. Okay, now it will at least continue. Okay, it will still be weird like that, but it's fine. It's fine. We're going to roll with it. As I said, I'm very excited. We're gonna start. Maybe I share this, maybe not. I don't know yet. I don't know that yet for sure. You know what? We're not gonna do that. This is gonna be hidden. This is gonna be a hidden gem, and you find it or you don't. There's gonna be a hidden gem, and you find it or you don't. Okay. Oh, I'm excited. Okay, I was waiting for this. It's a new game. Let's go. Demo product. This is a demo of the Touchstarved prologue and not a finished product. Thank you. I'm gonna have so many. I'm gonna misspeak so many times. I'm gonna misread so many times. I'm gonna misspeak so many times. It's gonna happen a lot because I'm excited. It's gonna happen because me and everything else. So I gotta drink something. I can't go in thirsty. I already am. Hydration break. Woo! Oh wow, okay. This is why you don't do bubbled water on stream. Let's go. I am ready. I am not accountable for my actions. I am not accountable for my actions. I am not. I am very much so not accountable for my actions. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for whatever's going to happen. This is who I am. I'm sorry. I had to become this person. So I am sorry. This is who I am. I'm sorry. I can't be held accountable for this. I'm sorry. Oof. Okay. I'm almost ready, y'all. Okay. Let's begin. Content warning. Touchstarved is intended for an older audience. It contains mature content that includes but is not limited to horror, graphic violence, strong language, alcohol, drug references, injury and dismemberment. Player discretion is advised. Wait, is it actually... Oh, you know what? There we go. Now, it's because it's not windowed anymore. I am sorry. Oh my god, is it you? How do you know this is... How do you know I'm streaming this? How do you know this? Oh, I forgot. You subscribed to the channel. Why are you subscribed to my channel? That is insane. Why are you subscribed to my channel? I do nothing but bullshit. Why are you subscribed to the channel? Why? I do nothing but bullshit on here. Like, I do nothing on here but shenanigans. I am so surprised right now. I do nothing but bullshit on here. Like, I really just, like, the goal is just to have as many ikemen fangirl reactions and just put them together. Like, I have so many on the PC too, because I have like a bunch of unedited footage that I'm still editing, and it's just me fangirling, and I'm just trying to put that together. And it's like one long fangirling compilation. Okay. Let's see. Play description is advised. Blah 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 blah. If you accept the embargo terms and content warning, please click to proceed. Wait, are we allowed to stream this? I think we... No, wait, I checked. People were streaming this. We are allowed to stream this. We are. I checked. Alright. Tutorial. In Touchstarved, your choices matter. The decisions you make may result in unique dialogue, interactions, or even choices in red text, which contain exclusive content. Try playing through the demo more than once and choosing different options. Oh, I will. Different options. You might even uncover secret ending. Okay. Whew. Secret ending. Secret ending. And remember, there are no wrong choices. Only interesting ones. Choose wisely and save often. Okay, so we can die in the tutorial. Love it. Love it a bit. Ooh, ooh, okay. We can choose a name. Easy. Easy. Let's go. Choose your pronouns. Look, they got pronoun selector. We love to see it. This word began to unravel. Wait, voice acting talents. Voice acting talents. The worst voice acting in the world. I'm giving it a shot. This world began to unravel long before you were born. It began with fogfall. Spectral mist bled from the seams where reality wore so thin it split. And from that fog emerged monsters, inhuman beings with unnatural powers. Some possessed language and intellect, others were mindless beasts driven by little more than the desire to slaughter. As cities fell and unrest spread, humans united in their fear while monsters thrived in chaos. And then there's you. You're not even sure if you're human. You were born cursed with hands that alter their minds of anyone you touch. Choose your backstory. Ooh, okay, I remember this. Hey, Seth, how you doing? Hey. Let's see. You are just in time, Seth, for me doing the wildest shit on camera. Okay, so essentially you can choose like 3 paths. You have like the unnamed, the fallen oracle. You're raised as an oracle in a remote temple. The priests claimed your touch bestowed enlightenment, but a visiting mage revealed your curse for what it is. Following the mage's word, you fled in search of the Cenobium. I'm gonna mispronounce so much. You regularly experience unnatural premonitions that rattle your body and soul, and in its sixth sense gives you a heightened awareness of hidden supernatural presences around you. So you can either choose that or the Hound, a forsaken thief. You were raised by society's outcasts, criminals who accepted you when nobody else would. Your partner in crime, a friend since childhood, helped you steal enough money for a cure, then betrayed you. They left you with only enough coin to travel to the Cenobium, your last hope. You have sharply honed social intuition. You can survive and even thrive in the violent underbelly of any city, using your experience with the underworld to get ahead. And then you have the Alchemist, an abandoned mage. An exiled Cenobium mage took you in as a child, raising you as her apprentice. She seemed to take pity on your curse, but you discovered that she was cultivating you as a test subject. You fled to the Cenobium seeking a cure. You are an experienced spellcaster with encyclopedic knowledge of alchemy, spellcraft, and history. With a little observation, you can identify the subtle effects of magic. Okay, so we're gonna go with the new. I'm gonna go with the unnamed, okay? That's what I'm gonna go for. We might do all of them anyways, because you're supposed to do it multiple times, so you get like a lot out of the demo and everything. So okay, let's do like the unnamed one for now. You know, like the whole priest thing, blah 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 blah. We're gonna do that one. Okay, confirmed. Your name is Shandy. You selected she, her pronouns. Your backstory is the unnamed. Is this correct? Yes, let's go. Let's go. Ooh, this is pretty. I like the style. The wasteland stretches as far as the eye can see. There's nothing out here but death. The ever-present stench of decay and countless sun-bleached bones cast like seeds across the barren land. I could say death doesn't scare me, but to tell the truth, I'm desperate. It's been 2 weeks since I joined a caravan bound across the wastes. Finding a group that would accept me was a trial in itself. This is going great. As rations grew sparse and my canteen ran dry, I began to despair. But then I saw it. Iridia, the city of knowledge, one of the last bastions of humanity left in the world and home to the famous academy called the Cenobium. So the Cenobium is like, okay, for those who play Genshin, you know how there's like the Sumeru Academy? So imagine kind of that, but like they like oversee everything. They're like the highest institution and whatever. And all of, I mean, it's also like the government. I haven't played Genshin that far. I haven't played lately. All the words knowledge gathered in one place. If there's anywhere I'll find a cure for my curse, it's here. Yeah, as a continue, there we go. All that stands between me and the cure is a final stretch of salt-soaked waste, or so I think, until I see the first tendrils of fog snaking beneath the wagon. I swear, people who have, like, the voice and, like, the talent to, like, read all of this without mistakes, they're doing great, they're having fun. Is this fog fall? Oh, wait, okay, I should actually read this. Whoop. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. My stomach sinks at the very whisper of it. A silent storm more devastating than fire, dangerous in cities, but a death sentence beyond them. Oh. A thick blanket of fog engulfs us, smothering out the lantern's light. The wagon lurches to a stop. An eerie silence, heavy as the mist falls over us. The only warning we get is a strangled scream. Do I have to stay back? No! The cry descends into wet gurgling. Oh wow, okay. Then the wagon violently pitches to the side. I hit the ground hard, the air punched from my lungs. When I open my eyes, adrenaline lends sudden, awful clarity to the carnage around me. Yeah, content warning. This can get like bloody if you're like into that shit, you know. A trader I once shared bread with lies face down in the mud, their back reduced to long strings of torn muscles, gleaming gristle, and exposed bone. Bodies litter the wasteland. Ooh, okay. Let's go, monsters! I try to rise, but my ankle explodes with pain so blinding. White blossoms across my visions. Only when my eyes adjust do I see the dark shape in front of me. Okay, I like the design. Let's go. A soulless stoops over the twisted form of a caravana. I freeze, but it swivels its head. A dozen bulging eyes twitch in my direction and blink as one. Oh, we're getting sound too. Oh, we're getting sound too. Getting sound. The soulless lets out an ear-splitting shriek and runs at me. Oh, okay, shit. But right before it reaches me, the beast barrels past, vanishing into the mist. Distantly, a horse screams in the dark. I need to move now. Oh, okay, shit, I can choose. Okay, run for the city, head towards the wagon. Oh, no, not a choice already. Okay. Okay, wait, where can I save? Okay, I should save. Let's go. Okay. Because I know this is already a choice. Okay, I can either run for the city or I can head towards the wagon. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna... What if the wagon has like weapons? Let's see. I'm gonna head for the wagon. I take cover beside the wagon where the air is thick with greasy smoke. Fire eats through the gaping hole, sputtering where lantern oil mixes with brackish water. Every person I see is dead or dying except one. Oh, All-Mother, forgive our sins. Guide us into your hearth. We are worthy. Traveler grovels by the flame. The hands claps above the head in fervent prayer. I glance upwards towards the gauzy lights of Iridia, just visible where the fog runs thinnest. I don't pray, not anymore, but the sight of the city is all the reminder I need. I came too far to die here. Rapid footsteps echo all around me. I turn to circles, frantically searching the opaque mist for the source, but the fog flow twists and switches sound. Suddenly the caravan's driver bursts forth from the fog. Our eyes meet too late. He slams into me, knocking me to the ground, and slips in a patch of mud. The soulless falls on him as soon as he slows. It catches the driver by his throat and rakes his stomach with razor-sharp claws. This is like really good, actually. He comes apart like wet paper, spilling intestines and viscera in a steaming tide. Finding the urge to heave, I claw frantically through the slippery mud for a handhold. Oh, shit. Okay, shit. Maybe that was a mistake. My hand catches on the jagged edge of a rib, jutting up from the water. Bandages unfurled around the gouge, torn deep into my palm. The pain's quickly forgotten when a hand closes around my wrist. Traveler, can you stand? Oh, hey, the first pretty person. The praying traveler leans over me. We need to run. They reach for my hand and I realize too late that my bandages have come undone. Okay, that's a mistake. No, don't touch me! The sensation of their thumb brushing the back of my hand sends a shiver down my spine. All it takes is one touch, and in the space of a breath, my curse takes hold. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Their lips peer back into a deranged grin. Okay, it gives Joker. It gives Joker. So we can be basically touched. That's why the game is Touchstarved, because we got like a curse. So if they touch our skin, it's over. I can't do that. Oh no. Okay, my life kind of fits. It works. It works. No, I've seen this face countless times before. This is my curse. Madness of my own making. The grip on me, on my hand, tightens until pain radiates from my knuckles. Let me go. Suddenly, clammy hands crush my throat, choking off my breath. Die, 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 die. Please help. Spit bubbles at the corners of their mouth and flex my face. The edges of my vision darken as my lungs scream for air. This is a good... Okay, we're gonna save again because I don't want to die right now. Let's go. I'm gonna try... How am I supposed to scream? I'm getting choked. I'm fighting it all. I'm fighting for my life. My nails gouge deep into the traveler's wrist, but no matter how much blood I draw, they don't flinch. Oh, okay, I'm dying. The more I struggle, the tighter the grip grows. My pulse hammers in my ears, slowing with each thudding beat. This can't be happening. I'm going to die, not because of the fogfall or the solace, but because of my own curse. Tears sting my eyes. No, 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 not here, not like this. Not like this, please. The hands drop from my neck, leaving me wheezing for air. My lungs burn with each ragged cough. My vision clears, the traveler's face takes shape. Hovering inches from mine, lips still split in that macabre smile, even as blood seeps between their teeth. They give me one last shuddering breath, then slump over the claw hook through their stomach. Wait, what? What's happening? Oh shit! The soul is shoved the body aside, and the glowing eyes studying its leathery skin, thin as top grinning. I'm sorry, the music is actually really good. Like, they have like choir and that shit. Oh shit. There's a flash of claws, red spill across my vision. I thought there'd be pain, but as I sink into the murky water, all I can feel is the grit of silt filling my mouth and the icy embrace of shallow water. Distantly, I notice an arm resting among an outcrop of reeds, mine neatly severed at the elbow. What? I should have taken both arms. Without them, maybe I could have survived. Maybe I could have had a home. Instead, I died cold, alone, and face down in a desolate wasteland. A fitting end for a monstrosity like me. Oh, okay, first that ending. If this is death, it's not as bad as I feared. The cold is gone, as is the choking stench of bog water. I could drift forever, cocooned in oblivion, until all thought and sensation vanished. No curse, nobody howling at me in madness and terror. Nothing at all. The thought has a terrible appeal to it. But the next moment I take a reflexive breath, air pours into my lungs, then out again in a ragged gasp. Feeling comes, floating back, warm cloth on my bare skin, a firm surface underneath me, a strange tang of sulfur in the air. I know what this is. Do not be afraid. Is this an angel? It is! Hey! Woo! Woo! Need my glasses. Need my glasses. Okay, let me put on my glasses. Put on my glasses. I need to see. Yeah. Oh wow, it's a little away. Ooh, I need to like it. It's clear an angel. I like. He is an angel. Like. Ooh. Hello. I twist my head towards the voice. Tears flood from my blurry vision at the bright glow of lamplight. Try not to move. The voice is calm, steady, and commanding, but more importantly, it's a stranger's voice. One thought cuts through my mental fog. I have no idea who this is, and I'm completely at their mercy. I mean... Okay, so stay away from me. No, this is not what we're thinking. This is not what we're thinking. I can attest for that. This is not a character, I'm sorry. My words come out in a little more than a creaky whisper. I clamp my mouth shut, hating how weak and helpless I sound. No, who the hell is this? Sit up, lie back down. I'm gonna sit up. Oh, I hope this is not like... And then you bleed to death. I hate that. This is what I hate, but I don't know if I die or not. I'm gonna sit up. I managed to push myself up on one elbow, but my head swims and my surroundings give an alarming lurch. A stubborn patient. I don't have the strength to dignify that with a response. Instead, I pull the sheet up higher and wipe my eyes until my vision clears. Oh, okay. Woo, he's so pretty. The stranger towers over my prone form, warm light reflects off his pristine medical coat. That sure is a medical coat, alright? That does not look very doctor, I'm just saying. I instinctively shrink back, and that's when I notice that I'm completely naked, except for a thin linen sheet. Well, it do be like that sometimes. I mean, it's a little fast, but okay. Naked, lying on a low cot with a pair of sharp golden eyes watching my every move, the man's gaze fixed to my exposed, unbandaged hands. I plunged my hands under the sheet to hide them from sight. Though it's too late, he must have noticed that what they look like. Strange, cursed, inhuman. I brace myself for his inevitable suspicion and disgust, but his expression doesn't even flicker from that courteous smile. It's been the first few seconds. I see one pretty guy. I'm already ready to die. No! He watches in placid silence as I struggle to make sense of my surroundings. Where am I? Who are you? Be calm, you're safe here. Am I? Whoever this is, he clearly has no idea who or what I am. I've never been safe anywhere with anyone. Even the shrine of my childhood, the one sanctuary I ever knew, turned out to be a horrific lie. I scowl, pulling the sheet protectively around myself. Where are my clothes? The man's golden eyes narrow slightly. A sharp sigh rustles the papers in his hand. I see you are not to be dissuaded. Your clothes were torn to shreds when I found you, but I procured replacements, okay? It's pretty. I don't want to spoil the name, so y'all gonna find out. I already know his name. With a soft creak, he stands from his chair, giving me a better view of my surroundings. I seem to be in some sort of medical clinic. Bottles of silvery alchemical concoctions line the counters in neat rows. The air makes my nose twitch, a faint whiff of smoke and something distinctly metallic that I can't quite place. He is so fine for no reason. The doctor produces a large, dense bundle of cloth, which he sets at the foot of my cot. He's easily a head taller than most, and I have to crane my neck to look at him. I'm climbing him anyways. I don't have mine, thank you. I should be polite if I can, especially since I don't know who this is, what he can do or what he wants with me. Meeting his gaze sends a hot frisson down my spine. Something about him nags at me like a half-formed memory I can't place. Just that he looks like he just fell out of Haven, but okay, whatever it is, I don't know. Thank you. Oh wow, his hair is so pretty. You're welcome. You're welcome. I will leave you to get dressed. With a curt nod, he leaves through the narrow door. I hear a soft click as the lock turns behind him. I count to 3 in some silence. When I don't hear any more footsteps, I reach for the bundle of clothes. Mount Doctor. I mean, he has a name. He's very much so a mountain, and I climb it. I will, professionally. An inch on my elbow stops me short. I reach out absently to rub at it, then freeze when my fingers meet a neat line of stitches. Wait, did he just put our arm back together even though it was literally ripped off? I know what I saw. The beast took my arm clean off. I remember that too. And yet my arm shows no sign of injury apart from the black stitches poking through my skin. I gingerly flex my fingers, feeling my heart race with the sensation. This is impossible. I should be dead or at the very least gasping out my last breaths. I squeeze my eyes shut, waiting for the pleasant dream to unravel, to wake up bleeding out in the swamp. But nothing happens. The second ticks by, and my arm remains resolute, healed, my surroundings pristine and quiet. In numb disbelief, I reach for the replacement clothes and begin stiffly pulling them on. They are thicker and warmer than mine were, with a black woolen cloak to go with them, but there's one thing still missing. My bandages. The gold-eyed man didn't leave me with any, and even though I know he saw my hands. I slide off the bed and take a few unsteady steps towards one of the drawers. If this is indeed a doctor's clinic, there must be a bandage somewhere. It really did. My arm, I read that it was like that. He just stitched it back on. Like, he's a good doctor. He's hot and a good doctor. Like, where you find that again? I'm just saying, he is already husband material. I start opening drawers at random, and of course, that's when the door swings open once more. Are you looking for something? I whirl around, clutching a thick roll of clean bandages, try to step back from him, but my legs bump up against the edge of the cot. The caution is understandable, though if I meant you any harm, you would know. Well, is that a threat? Is that a threat, or is it a fact? It doesn't make me feel better in the slightest, but he makes no move toward me, so I quickly wind the bandages around my hands. The glowing scars and mottled skin disappear under a layer of clean white cotton. May I ask why you need additional bandages? I clench my jaw. I knew it would only be a matter of time before he asked about my hands, though the way he does it is strangely roundabout. Okay, ooh, I can choose. I can choose. Say nothing, glare at him, decline to answer. I'm gonna just say nothing. There's no answer I could give without raising unwelcome suspicion, so I just shake my head and finish tying the bandages in silence. That was a good time. I mean, it's true. I can only help if you tell me what ails you. An involuntary snort of laughter escapes me. Where would I even begin? Would he even believe me if I told him? No, best to keep my curse to myself for now and learn more about him first. Who are you? There we go, that's his name. That's Kuras. I hope I pronounced that right. You may call me Kuras. And where exactly am I? Iridia, which I assume was your caravan's destination. I can think of nowhere else for a group of travelers to go. Iridia, so I made it to the city of knowledge after all. I should feel relieved, but all I can mention is a vague sense of increasing unease. How did I end up here? I brought you to my clinic, of course. You were the only survivor. Oh shit! You were the only survivor from the caravan, barely clinging to life. You need immediate treatment, which you provided. Yes, he says it so simply as if I'm a small child and he's explaining basic addition to me. I frown and flex the fingers on my recently healed arm. Aside from being a bit stiff, it feels fine, throughly attached to me. You're saying that you stitched my arm back on? Like, that's crazy. What are they paying you? They need to raise your, payment. Pardon? The soldiers attacked the caravan. It ripped everyone to shreds. It tore my arm clean off. That's what I'm saying. It tore it clean off. But when I woke up here, I trail off bewildered. Never heard of any magic that could heal a mortal wound like that. What kind of person could do such a thing? The Dr. Kuras pinched the bridge of his nose, sits back down in his chair, quiet for a long time. I do not know where you come from, but Iridia is the city of knowledge and deadly secrets alike. Information is power, and it is most unwise to give or receive it freely. Since you have refused to divulge your secrets, I will not divulge mine. I don't even know your name. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, we can get to know each other. You are new to Iridia, so I will overlook the specific breach of etiquette. Oh, he speaks so eloquently. We love to see it. We love an educated man. However, you should not expect others to extend the same courtesy. Do you understand? He looks pointedly at my freshly bandaged hands. Though I am to admit it, he has a point. I am also a complete stranger to him. And if he's telling the truth, he saved my life. I take a deep, steadying breath. This time when I speak, I sound a bit more like myself. Shandy. My name is Shandy. It is a pleasure to meet you, Shandy. Yeah, it's a pleasure too. It's a pleasure too. There's a little more warmth in this. He is so pretty. I'm sorry, I'm overwhelmed. He is so pretty. Like, the design is everything. Like, please, it's so good. Like, look at this. It's so good. The whole package is There's a little more warmth in his smile, his polite demeanor back in an instant. Oh, okay. Good. Why did you save me? Thank you for saving me. I'm gonna thank him for saving me. I'm just gonna assume, you know, he's a doctor, that's his vow or whatever, so I'm just gonna thank him. Thank you for saving my life. I chance a smile in return, even if he won't explain how he did the possible. There's no doubt in my mind that I'd be dead if not for Kuras. Think nothing of it. I'm not sure if he's just being excessively courteous, but his words only raise more urgent questions. Listen, Sam, I almost got a nut back. That's a bit different than you wondering why my hands look funny. It really is. Like, the whole arm was like gone. Like, what do you mean you can't explain? I'm not sure if it's just being excessively courteous. Oh, okay, we had that line. But I have to ask, why did you save me? You don't know me. The question seems to startle Kuras. I mean, he's a doctor. I guess he has a vow or something. I could hardly leave you to die in the waste. Assisting those in need is the very essence of a doctor's duty. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I don't know why we asked that. I've never met a doctor who also handed out free clothes. My fingers find the edge of the cloak. There's a subtle but delicately embroidered pattern around the hem. Trying to think about what kind of price Kuras might ask for such well-made clothes. No, I'm supposed not. Forgive my presumption. I rarely come across so fascinating a patient. Is he flirting? Delusion. I blink. What did he just say? I simply meant that. This is so cute. I simply meant that few could cling to life so resolutely or brave such a perilous journey to Iridia. Could not help being curious about you, Shan. His wife dips to a soft murmur, and he appropriately looks away from me. Save. I need to successfully flirt, so I gotta save that. There's a history. Okay, this is like the past. Okay. Oh, can you go back? Oh, you can even go like back in time. Or it like repeats it? I don't know. I think it like goes back in time. Yeah, the music is really, really good so far. Like, I'm really like feeling immersed in it. And that's really important in like a visual novel. Because otherwise it's really boring if it's not good. And this one is really good. Like, I'm really immersed in it. Like, it doesn't even feel hard to like read out loud that much, because you like really get immersed into like what is going on, so it doesn't feel as tedious. Yeah, it really is good. Like, they really did good on that, and they say like it will even be better like if we get like higher tiers on the Kickstarter. Like, it took 5 hours for the entire thing to be like funded, so that's crazy. Actually, I haven't even funded it yet because like I'm waiting to see who are like my favorites, so I know which merch I want to get. You're pretty curious yourself. Am I? But I haven't forgotten about my arm. I wriggle my intact fingers at him. Clearly not. But you haven't asked me for any payment either. I require none from you. Travelers do not have an abundance of coin, and it would be unethical to leave you destitute in a strange place. Fall silent, unsure what to say to that. Nobody would help a horror like me for free. There has to be some kind of... We are marginalized. There has to be some kind of catch or trick, right? A loud knock at the front door stops our conversation cold. Spares me from having to say anything else. Duty calls. Unfortunately, you are not my only patient today. The knocking grows more insistent, and Kuras lets out a tired sigh. Please wait your turn. Though he says it quietly, the claimer on the other side of the door abruptly stops. Do you need anything before you leave, Shani? Oh, between the soulless attack and my miraculous survival, and almost forgotten why I came to Iridia in the first place. I need directions to the Cenobium. Cenobium? Oh, what? Oh, look at me. Look, you know what? I also gotta give props. They actually left the palms unmelanated as it should be, because they always forget. That's how you know people of color worked on this, because the palms are actually not melanated. They usually forget to do that. Usually they melanate the palms too, which is not how it's supposed to be. I would very much so like his number. I think it's probably because of the Xenobium. I bet it's like he's like against it. The look on his face is downright chilling. He pauses, choosing his words with cold deliberation when he speaks again. Whatever you seek, it is very unlikely you will find it there. The Xenobium's gates open for precious few visitors, and even if they did, you would not like what you found inside. My heart sinks. Is he saying that I came all this way for nothing? Risked life and limb for nothing? No, that can't be. I've only just arrived and Iridia is the largest city still standing. There has to be a cure for me here. And if not the Xenobium, where would you suggest? Do you know anyone else in Iridia? I shake my head. Then I suggest the local guide. Head to the Wet Wig and you... next party. And ask only after. Excuse me, the wet what? The Wet Wig. I'm trying not to say anything. I'm keeping that to myself. The Wet Wig. He sounds deeply unamused. Follow the postings advertised Leander's Bloodhound. They are difficult to miss. And I love that smirk. When you meet Leander, tell him I sent you. I know. There isn't much to go on, but Kura points towards the clinic's back door. You will be safe so long as you do not draw attention to yourself. It's easier said than done. I've always been a magnet for the worst sorts of attention, or the best. If you require my assistance, you may return whenever you wish. I can't see you again. See you later. Though he's smiling, there's a note of finality in his voice. Resigned to my dismissal, I step out to the back door. I'm not saying what I wanted to say. I have no words. I find myself standing in a narrow and rather gloomy alley. Ooh, the music. Ooh, it's good. I wonder who made the music. I really want to find out later. I find myself standing in a narrow and rather gloomy alley. I pull a new cloak up over my nose, stepping over the contents of chamber pots and have been emptied into the streets. Something weighs heavily inside one of the cloak's pockets, my coin purse. Everything is still inside, every last coin that I scraped together for the journey to Iridia. It doesn't even look like it was open. There were so few coins to begin with, they probably weren't worth stealing. I glanced back at the clinic's closed door. Kuros didn't take any payment, he didn't even ask for a future favor. But he also said that in Iridia, secrets are power. Does he expect me to give up mine at some point? It's not exactly a comforting thought. Still, no matter why he did it, Kuros gave me a second chance and a lead on where I might find help. I better get going before he changes his mind. I squeeze out of the alley and into the crowded main street. The line outside Kuros' clinic stretches down the road already. Two thin peddlers queue alongside weathered elders. If any place is in desperate need of a free clinic, it's this one. The cobblestones are treacherously rough under my feet, deep groves worn between them by regular flooding and decades of hard use. I knew Iridia was a river city, but I didn't expect it to look so eroded. The buildings are tired and dilapidated, all crammed together in the narrow streets. And there's nothing else, a charge in the air like the shift in pressure before a storm. It's subtle, little more than a feint, persistent thumbing, but I can't seem to shake it. A child darts by, clutching something greasy wrapped in paper. The smell of fried food drifts over to me. My stomach gives a faint gurgle. Vendor, okay. This morning's catch, fried up hot and fresh. Not too many eyeballs today. That sounds disgusting, but I'm starving, so I tuck my head under the stall's grubby warning. A large fish leers up at me, its 3 bulging eyes still visible through the thick layer of crispy batter. The vendor gives me a gap-toothed grin. What's the cheapest thing you've got? The vendor points out a metal basket of what looks like long strips of savory fried dough. Fresh, long lads, 3 copper apiece. Don't burn your mouth. I take the coins out, counting them gingerly. At this rate, I might not even be able to afford dinner. Reluctantly, I drop the payment on the counter and take my meal. 2 streets later, I pass on a wrought iron archway adorned with dangling garlands of red and pink lilies. The buildings in this quarter are dizzying white of color, painted walls and tinted glass everywhere I look. Is it so loud to music? Wait, let me adjust it. Okay, this should be better. This would be Iridia's entertainment district. How did I call it? I knew immediately. Oh, wait, there. We forgot a line. Oh, wait, let me see, actually. Can we go back? Oh, yeah, look, you can actually go back. I hope this is not too loud, because this was, like, really loud, right? It should be better now. I hope, at least. Y'all let me know if it's better now with the music, because I turned it down. I can turn it down further if needed. Sheer red and pink curtains flutter in open doorways. Musical voices call out invitingly. Incense mingles with the pungent scent of flowers, barely covering the salt and musk of warm bodies. This must be Iridia's entertainment district. Okay, I'm selling my body for ticket. I'm selling my body to very 5 specific people in this game. I'm polishing off my food and dusting the crumbs from my hands when I spot a poster. It features the silhouette of a smiling man wearing a single dagger-like earring and the word Bloodhounds printed above his head, a motto as above so below, circles the artwork. If Leander is the leader of the Bloodhounds, then the face printed on the poster is likely his. A little lower? Okay, we go a bit lower. I'm going lower. Okay, let me not... Okay, is this better? I do not know. But we're also dealing with latency here, so I see it at one point, but it comes to you guys later. I hope this is better now. I could still go lower. I have a lot going here. Let's turn it from me down to it's really loud. Okay, there we go. I can also use the in-game settings to go lower as well if needed. So it's the artwork. If Leander is the leader of the Bloodhounds, then the face printed on the poster is likely his. I followed the line of identical posters around a corner and nearly hit my head on a precariously dangling wooden sign. Looking up, faded orange letters read, "The Wet Wig." Now, see, my thoughts were not too far from it. It is the Wet Wig. The facade of the building looks like it's seen better days, but I hear faint music and laughter coming from inside. Oh, is he in a brothel? Okay, we're meeting in a brothel. The inside of the bar is a far cry from the abandoned exterior. It's not even midday, yet most of the tables and booths are occupied by a loose assembly of people in matching green cloaks. Bustling bars are not something I'm used to, but I steer myself with a deep breath before pushing forward. A cursory glance doesn't turn up anyone with a dagger-shaped earring. I'm about to head towards the counter when a chant rises from the center of the room. Show! 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 The remaining green cloaks abandon the bar and their booths to rush towards the center of the room in a sudden torrent. There's no time to move out of the way. I'm caught swept along in the ale-drenched current. Hey! Rhythmic chanting drowns out my voice. I trash, throwing out my elbows as the press of bodies grows heavier. My hip knocks into a table. I grip it, holding on tight to steady myself, but the crowd has stilled. The chanting stopped. A pair of gilded boots stride across the tabletop. Ooh, hello. I love the art. I love the framing of the art. I love what they're showing in the art. I think whoever did that did wonderful. My compliments to the chef. Seriously, you dogs again? Scattered laughter and cheers rise from the audience. It's really the club. Where are the hoes? I mean, I found the hoes, to be honest. I found the hoe. I dragged my eyes upwards. I would not drag my eyes upwards right now, but okay. Ooh, he's so fun. Ooh, hello. A well-dressed man sits at a table in front of me, his broad shoulders framed by the thick lapels of a trench coat. This really is the last time, alright? This time when he speaks, the audience falls silent as though bewitched by his magnetic presence of rich, low voice. I can't do that, but I will imagine it. But nothing is as captivating as a smile. It truly is. He beams at the crowd around him, a performer on his makeshift stage. Don't blink or you miss it. He laughs into the ooh, he's so charming. He's so charming. I love him already. He's a whore. I know it. I can tell. He's a whore. He laughs and the dagger-shaped earring dangling from his left ear catches the light in a flash of gold. It would seem I found Leander. He raises his hand above the audience and snaps. A flash of pale green light, real magic, no ordinary stage trick, blinds me. As the brilliance ebbs, my gaze refocuses on the mage towering above me. He flicks his wrist and the magic spiraling around him coalesces. A delicate flower stem sprouts from between his pinched fingers, one by one glowing like lily petals spring forth. With a flourish, the mage presents the conjured flowers. The audience bursts into clapping and cheers. A genuine magic show was the last thing I expected from a place called the Wet Wig. I mean, I expect a lot of magic, different types of magic. Leon's twin, huh? It's Leon's slutty twin. You're right. He kinda is. Like, if Leon had a twin, but he's sluttier. You're right. It's kind of like if Leon and Belial had a love child. I see it. No, you're right. I really see that. Yeah, Leander plucks the iridescent bouquet out of the air and turns into a slow circle, giving his audience a good look. Now, who could use some good luck? Please, give it to me. Okay, let's calm out. Eager onlookers scoot closer to the table. Some reach for the lilies while others whistle and call Leander's name. His cool green eyes slide right over them, looking on me and oh, huh? How about you? My chest tightens for real right now. I am immersed. I'm playing my role. I am immersed. My chest tightens. Every person gathered turns to stare at me. This is our moment. Go away, you side characters. Bitch, what do you mean? Wait, let me save this before I regret it. I'm taking the flower. We're not winning. I reach out, all too aware of the way my fingers tremble. I can see that. The way my fingers tremble, as I carefully take the flowers from him. There's no weight to them, only a faint warmth that radiates from the stem. As soon as the flowers leave Leander's hand, their light dims, they fade away in a shower of opalescent light. To my surprise, Leander laughs under his breath. It's a problem with flowers. They don't last long, but they leave an impression, right? He grins at me. He's so good. He is so good. He grins at me and I find myself smiling back. I'm enchanted. Ooh. Oh, he's so good. He's got game. I have to say it. I would be gone. If this was a scam, I would be scammed. If this was a scam, I would be scammed. Like, you for real? My heart is like ba-doom. Leander steps off the table, dropping among the excited crowd with an audible clink. All right, Bloodhounds, get back to your drinks. Show's over. Green cloaks disperse at his command. He's a leader too. He's a CEO. He's a CEO with a business. Okay, he's a CEO. He leads his own business. We love to see it. The green cloaks disperse at his command, returning to the tables and booths. Before I can make my way towards Leander, I love the flirty mage. I love the whores. I love the flirty mage. I love it every time. It's one of my favorite tropes. Before I can make my way towards Leander, his eyes find me. He gives me a friendly wave, then beckons me over to the crowded counter. I managed to squeeze beside him, but there's so little room and his broad shoulders pressed against mine. I tense, but he doesn't seem to mind at all. Please, the whore. This is your first time in Iridia, says Ilidia with a genuine air of curiosity. Do I stick out that much? No, but I'm certain I'd remember seeing a face as lovely as yours. Oh, you're doing too much. Oh, you're doing too much now. You're doing too much now. No, but I'm certain I'd remember seeing a face as lovely as yours around Lowtown. My eyes flicker to the polished countertop. I'm not used to flattery, and being this close makes eye contact difficult. As if we're on cue, the bartender approaches us. What can I get you? Surprise me and add anything my friend wants to my tab. Oh, he's paying too. Oh, he got money. I'm waiting. How far can we take this? He's paying for the drinks too. He's got money too. I wasn't expecting the generosity, but I have to admit I do feel a little thirsty after all that fried duck. I do feel a little thirsty otherwise too. I know what you mean. I'll be having water's good. I'll be having what he's having. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm gonna try. Okay, I'm gonna be realistic. I don't drink alcohol, so I'm gonna go with the water. Water's fine. While the bartender leaves to fix our drinks, Leander leans his elbow on the counter and close enough to notice the purple shadows under his lower lids. His eyes wander over me in return, but when they lock on my bandaged hands, a sour taste rises in my throat. Here comes the question. So what brings you to the wake? What brings you to the wake? Cora sent me. He pushes his hair back from his forehead, but it immediately falls right back into place. So it's about work. The bartender pushes a pair of glasses our way. I didn't realize how thirsty I am until the cool water touches my lips. I drain the water in a single gulp. I think it's also wise to not drink because I don't know what he's up to. Leander takes a deep swig of his beer and lets out a satisfied breath. How can I be of assistance? I need to get to the Cenobium. Everybody's like, that's not a good place. As soon as the word Cenobium leaves my mouth, the entire bar falls silent. Bloodhounds twist around their seats to gawk openly. Finally, an especially drunk one speaks up. The hell are you bringing up the Cenobium in here? Throw him out, this Bloodhound territory. Jesus Christ, what's going on here? The vitriol catches me off guard. When any looks thrown my way, it's clear I've broken some unspoken rule just by mentioning the Cenobium. When I glance at Leander, he's drinking as though he hasn't noticed the uproar. Only when he catches me looking does he lower his glass. What a love of. He drags a hand down his face. Hey, keep it down, will you? This is business. I tense, expecting an argument, but the outspoken bloodhounds silently return to their drinks. Only a handful continue to watch me warily. I'm being watched. They're watching us. This is intense. Sorry about them. The Cenobium's a bit of a touchy subject in these parts. Mix in enough drinks and, well, you saw. How about we continue this outside? We can go somewhere. Where do you want to go? And I give him a terse nod. He pushes away from the bar counter. How do you control thirst at the same time as you read? This is a mammoth task. I follow Leander to an alleyway tucked behind the Wet Wig, where layers of frayed Bloodhounds posters have been plastered to the walls. Ooh, I love the music. I'm gonna say this every time they switch the music. Every time. Seeing them side by side, the resemblance between Leander and his likeness on the posters is oppressive. Course didn't send you here for help with the Cenobium, did he? From the looks he gives me, he already knows the answer. I glance away. No, he didn't. He suggested I find an alternative. Yet here you are asking about them anyways. What do you need the Cenobium for? I don't want to tell him about my curse. The less people know about my capabilities, the better. Thankfully, Leander takes my reluctant silence as an answer. Well, I see. You're already aware of the city's currency. Information's worth its weight in gold here. Courage told you the truth. The Cenobium's dangerous. Get on their bad side and they imprison you if you're lucky, or torture you if you're not. What the fuck is going on here? I bet there's some big conspiracy here. But the Cenobium's supposed to be a place of learning, a sanctuary. Cenobium has always been heralded as the last bastion of human knowledge, a shining beacon of hope in a world steeped in nightmares. If any place had answers, it would be the Cenobium. That's why I came here. That's what I want you to think. Things that seem too good to be true are often just that. Such a simple statement, and yet it leaves me reeling. If it's true, if I staked everything on a lie, then what now? Leander clears his throat. But as I always say, there's a solution to every problem and alternatives to every solution. He claps his hands and turns to me with a brilliant smile. That's why Kurus pointed you to the Bloodhounds. Let us help you, whether it's... Ooh, okay, cool. Let us help you, whether it's hunting souls, finding people, or recovering stolen valuables. We can do it all and free of charge. You want something. You want something. I'm shaking my head before he's even finished his practice speech. Patience is wearing dangerously thin. Listen, I appreciate the offer, but my problem can't be solved by a group of good Samaritans. To my chagrin, Leander nods slowly. Then your problem must be fairly serious, and if the Cenobium is your first choice... You're searching for a magical solution, aren't you? When my eyes widen, he nods along, as though he suspected all along. I'd be happy to help you out. That is, if you tell me what ails you. Leander might not work for the Cenobium, but he is a mage, and a powerful one at that, if his demonstration earlier is any indication. I'm silent, plagued by indecision. I don't know if I can trust him, but it's not like I have any alternatives. I hate to admit it, but this could be my only path forward. My confession comes out in a pained whisper. I'm cursed. Cursed? Oh, now I'm very curious. What kind of curse? Something ancestral or more recent? The way he's like excited about this. He looks me up and down, taking in my face, my eyes, and finally my hands. It's your hands, isn't it? I wait until I'm certain my voice will remain steady before answering. My touch is dangerous. It changes people, hurts them. Before I've even finished, Leander begins taking his gloves off. What? What is going to happen? He tucks his right hand free and flexes his fingers. He operates on one brain cell. That's the type of guy he is. He has no self-preservation. Let's see it. He offers me his hand, and a prismatic flash of magic ripples across his palm, and I'm already shrinking backwards. I can't. I don't care how confident Leander is. I can't bring myself to hurt him, to see his kind face twist into a mask of madness. Believe me, this isn't an ordinary curse. I'll be fine. Perhaps where you came from, your affliction was strange and one of a kind. But spend a year in the city, you see 1,000 curses and thrice as many cures. Do you really think Kurus would send you here if I couldn't handle it? How should I know? I only met him today. I'm as good as any mage in the Cenobium, better even. If they can help, so can I. You don't know what you're asking me. I'm asking you to trust me. Look from Leander's outstretched hand to his confident smile. Then with a short breath, I begin unwinding the bandages from my hand. Oh, is this smart? It's true, like, he has no self-preservation. Fine, but if you lose control, don't say I didn't warn you. You could... I can what? I can what? I mean, I will. I will. If I'm given consent. You could tie me up first if it makes you feel better. With each joint I expose, I grow more and more certain that this is a terrible idea. Ready when you are. If he's bothered by the way my hand looks, he doesn't show it. My fingers hover shakily over his palm. 3, 2, 1. Okay, let me save that because I might regret that. Should I or should I? Let's just go for it. I tap his palm once, as quickly as possible. It's barely more than a brush, but that's all it ever takes. When I look at his face, expecting to see the worst, Leander only grins. See? He is so... He's too much. The cast is too charming already. It's too much. It's too much. It can be. This time when I reach out to touch Leander's palm again, he catches my wrist before I can pull away. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, hello. Is this a moment? Is this a moment? I tell you, there's really nothing to worry about. He trades off when my thumb brushes the soft skin off his inner wrist. We are really touch-starved. Like, we're really going for it. On his inner wrist. I search Leander's face for traces of madness, but his eyes remain a clear, soft green. I can't. This is the moment. I know. He's so baby girl right now. I can't. Color rises in his cheeks, but he remains still expect for the subtle bobbing of his throat. What's going on? This is a moment. This is a moment. Neither of us speaks as I trace the contours of Leander's palm, lost in an awareness I wasn't prepared for. I've been with other people, kissed them, been embraced by them, and more, but not like this. My fingers, long deprived by years of bandaging, pick up every single detail: the grooves of his palm, the smooth shell of his nails, the pulse of his heart. For as long as I've lived, I've never been able to hold someone's hand, not without dire consequences. I've never realized what I was missing until this moment. While Leander's pulse is steady, mine is hammering, as fear gives way to excitement. Save that. My hand glides over Leander's wrist and up his forearm. Her smooth skin abruptly gives way to the raised scar by the edge of his sleeve. It matches the one that runs from his collar to cheekbone. Could it be the same wound? I glance at Leander's face and his lips part as he considers his words before speaking. Am I the first person you've been able to touch like this? Maybe. My hand goes still on his arm so far. I'll admit your touch does make it somewhat difficult to stay level-headed, but not due to your power. He is going for it. We're having a moment. He takes my hand, his soft green eyes flick to mine before he turns to inspect the golden fissures crisscrossing my knuckles. Look, we match. He is good. He is good. He points at a golden pin on his coat collar, and I give him a small smile. I draw my hand back and take a steadying breath. My head feels as though it's stuffed with cotton. I feel you. I feel it. I'm right here with you. Habit alone guides me through the motions of re-wrapping my hands, although my fingers tremble too much for the bandages to lie flat. I can't believe that worked. May I ask your name? I'm Shandy. You're right to hide this from me, Shandy. That curse of yours, it's unlike anything I've ever dealt with. I can tell you're discreet, but you'd best not go showing that off to anyone else. Didn't plan on it. Oh, now you want to monopolize our time already. I see you. You want to monopolize this already. Are you staying in Lowtown? I pause. Room and board was something I hadn't yet considered. I don't know. Let's get you properly settled then. And listen, he's taking care of everything. He's taking care of everything already. Ooh. The Wet Wig is noticeably quieter. Without their leader, most of the Bloodhounds have dispersed or in a few cases fallen asleep beside their drinks. Got any rooms left? No, or did my lot grab them all to sleep it off? What if there's only one bed? The bartender, who I now realize doubles as an innkeeper, slides a key onto the counter. You know, I always keep the corner room open for your escapade. See? He knows what he's doing. I said it. I said he knows what he's doing. Leander's laugh sounds slightly strained. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You know, I always appreciate it, but you're mistaken. This is just for my friend Shandy. Sure, stay as long as you like. You two have fun. Okay, escapade, huh? Leander clears his throat, then holds the key out to me, but I hesitate. My coin purse barely holds enough for a day's worth of meals, let alone a room. How much do I owe you? Nothing. Bloodhound rates. My treat, since you shared your secret: food, drink, a warm bed, anything you need. Carefully, I take the key from him. The small but weighs heavy in my palm. I never expected to have a warm bed in Iridia, let alone free meals. Thank you. Go explore, Shandy. You'll find many roads in Iridia, each leading to the different answers. But if you need a reprieve from what haunts you, come find me. I mean, I will. Just be careful. I'm not taking one last look at the gleaming bronze key before tucking it into the pocket of my cloak for safekeeping. Leander gives me one last friendly wave before I depart. He looks very soft indeed. For someone who's like a freaking bloodhound. Time to drink. Wow, I did not expect this to be so full. And this is really long. I did not expect that, actually. And we haven't even met everyone. We have like, we have 3 more characters to go. The air clings sudden and heavy. Without the morning crowd, the sunless streets look barren and bleak. Oh wow, my voice is starting. Even the peddlers are long gone. Only a pair of crows remain, cribbling over stale crust in the gutter. Feel a ridiculous pang of envy. Oh, Jesus Christ. At least they've got reason to fight. I've never felt so lost. Chorus and Leander both made it clear that the Cenobbium can't be trusted, but I came so far and endured so much. I need to see the Cenobbium for myself, if only to satisfy my curiosity. I should have asked someone at the bar for the directions before leaving. Oh no. What's happening? Hello? I'm about to turn back when a shadow passes over me. Hello? I cloud laughing until a puff of hot breath tickles the back of my neck. Okay. The shadow runs down the street and reveals. Oh, wow. Formless dark spreads like ink into blotted shapes. Claws stretch. Muzzle splits open to reveal long jagged teeth. Growl rumbled. So low and deep I feel it. I run to one, scream, but I feel trapped, as though the slightest movement or a single breath will snap the jaws around me shut. No, I won't let it end like this. If I'm going to die, I want to see what got me first. I steel myself, then turn. Hello? The shadow vanishes as quickly as it came. I'm left standing in the middle of the street, alone, except for a figure reclining in the shade of a nearby stoop. Okay, that was creepy. The next one. Yeah, it's ever since COVID, my voice has been like, like it's just now recovering. You know what? I'm actually going to arrange for something warm to drink. And in the meantime, y'all can look at this beautiful creature. Okay. I have my tea. I did like honey throat coat or whatever. Let's hope that works. Ooh. Here you go. I have a bottle of water too, a new one. So this should all go according to plan now. Yokokurama. I haven't watched Yu Yu Hakusho yet. Let's see. Yokokurama. Oh, him. I like how the first thing I get when I Google him, Yokokurama X Reader. That's the first thing I get, self-insert fanfiction. It's like they know me so well. I don't be reading fanfiction though. I don't have to span for it. I do in form of fan art though. I do like looking at that. I'm trying to see how far the Touchstarved Kickstarter is before we continue. Okay, one of the goals was reached, another one. Okay, the merch is going to be better packaged now. Yeah, this is crazy. Oh shit! We got voice acting! We're gonna get voice acting, partial voice acting for love interest. Oh, thank God. So when it releases, I don't have to read that much. Oh, thank God. So, but in just like, it got funded in just 5 hours. And just, I don't know how many. And within that like 5 to 6 hours, they also like hit like several goals for the game. So we get better merch, we get voice acting partially for the love interests, and we get merch upgrades. So that's really fucking cool. The tier I have will have another game key too. So I can give one to a friend. I think that's in my package too. I'm not sure. I need to see. That's the one I want to get at least. Okay, let's go. And that's not even like many people because like a lot will be like just waking up or just coming home from work or uni or whatever. So there's still more people who are going to pledge. Or like me, they're going to play the demo first to know what kind of like character they want to have merch from. So that's not all of it yet. I know another friend also, she's like also playing the game before she like pledges. Because she needs to know her fave for like the merch and stuff. Because she wants to like spend a lot on it too. So that's good. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I love every moment. Okay. I am set up. Oh wow, okay. I shouldn't have drank that much carbonated water. Okay, I'm ready now to continue. Anyway, I don't want to spoil the name of this character. But anyway, let's get into it. Let me save. How many slots do they have? Oh, great. They have a lot of slots. Great. That is absolutely great. I love that. A monster. That much is clear from a glance. I wouldn't say a monster, but sure. One that could nearly be mistaken for a human were it not for the tufted ears, the tail curled around his ankle, or the dusk pink eyes with pupils that sharpen like needles when they fawn on me. Our eyes meet and the monster uncrosses his long legs. His hair gleams a shade of red that reminds me unsettlingly of blood where it curls around his colored throat. Jumpy, aren't you? Ooh, they're all so flirty, I can't. His tone is so light and carefree that I glance over my shoulder to make sure he's speaking to me. When I look back, the stranger props his chin on his knuckles and regards me with an inscrutable little smile. Didn't you see that shadow just now? It was massive, moved like a beast. Even as I speak, I'm aware of how ridiculous I must sound, but the stranger's smile doesn't falter. The only beasts I've seen are the wick-strolling regulars, though this did catch my eye. Oh no, my key! Look at the thigh! Look at that thigh exposed! We got thigh window, we got rib window, we got chest and chitty window. With a flourish of his hand, my in-room key appears dangling from his finger. It turns out in its chains, glittering when it catches the light. My hands fly to my cloak's pockets, and sure enough, find them flat. He crooks his finger, beckoning. I've already taken 2 steps forward before some stifled instinct stops me. Something feels wrong. I'm still on the edge, thrumming with so much adrenaline that the stranger's shadow flickers at the edges of my vision. I always attract the worst kind of attention, but I can't get rattled now. Who said that's my key? Where did you find it? Well, that's a choice. I mean, it was clearly on us. But hey, maybe I'm carrying someone else's. Let's say, where did you find it? How'd you even find it? The key, I mean. What can I say? I'm looking for shiny things. Smiles wide enough to reveal pointed canines. Oh, okay, we see canines. Okay, let's go. I saw you drop it. You really should be more careful. City like this, somebody might take advantage. A bald-faced lie said without a hint of irony. I can figure out how he picked my pockets under my nose, and I'm certain he took my key and I need it back. I approached the man careful to keep an arm's length away. He doesn't look dangerous, but the most deadly ones never do. Oh, the ears move, the ears move. That's the best of my kids in that, the ears move. Ah, the ears actually move. The stranger's chain softly clings with the tilt of his head. His ears flick. He's like a cat. Keeping your distance. Be stupid to trust you. You think I stole your dinky little key from all the way over here? Look at that meow face. Look at that little... He's doing the little meow face. Gives an exaggerated sigh. I'm good with my hands, but not that good. Do I really look like a common thief to you? It's the ear movement for me. It's got me there. The sheer fabric of his sleeves alone would be too expensive for most street thieves. Hell, his shoes look like they cost more than I spent traveling here. And then there's the shop behind him. No matter the city, powdered pink curtains only ever mean one thing. I'm not looking to buy, and I doubt I could afford your services anyway. Oh my god, you mean calling him a whore? I don't know what you people do. I mean, yeah, it's pretty indicative. I would ask that question too. Luckily for you, I don't charge. The man runs the tip of his tongue over a fang, and for the first time since I stepped into the shadow, I feel something other than dread. My face grows hot. That's not what I meant. You flatter, really? Were sex my trade, I might make an exception for you. Hey, exception for you? How about help for handy? Continue that sentence? Or you could just hand over my key. No, I want him to continue that sentence. As nicely, and I might even let you tuck my tail. Ooh! Okay, listen, my apps are flirting in this game. This is too much. Everyone's a whore. Just throw it here. Oh, the ears. Does some spindly little street urchin can snatch it and run? And I like how his ears constantly move. He raises my key and tilts his head so he can watch it dangle back and forth. I suppose I could just claim your room for myself. Then I'll be caught dead slumming in the wake with the rest of those slack-jawed imbeciles. You're obviously not from around here, so tell me, traveler. What misfortune brought you to this wretched place? Y'all are all way too nosy. His voice partially drips with derision. I'm not telling you anything. What could have possibly drawn you to this dreary little pit pen, I wonder. He listlessly watches the arc of my key swinging around his fingers. The weather's shit, the food's drag, and there's entirely too many monsters for a human to feel safe, unless... Thicker sharp eyes flick towards me. They gleam with amusement. Unless you're just dying to consort with He calls me a monster fucker. To my face! Flat out! The disrespect! By now my embarrassment has worn away, leaving simmering impatience in its place. It is a shakedown. It's the most frustrating one I've ever heard of. I'm a whore, I'm sorry. I'm a whore. I'm a whore. I'm sorry. Flirt back. How do you know what I spent all my money? Starved and nearly died in a swamp just so I could crawl into bed with the first thirsty monster I saw. Then ends me a burst of breathy laughter. He gazes at me under his dark lashes. Aren't you funny? Could you be any more obvious? I have been told subtlety is not my strength. No shame. Months full of fucking pride. So your place or mine? Oh, so your place? Ooh, ooh. Okay, here we go. I'd invite you if I had my key. If only I had my key, then I might be able to invite you. His languid gaze glides from me to the key in his hand and back. Come take my hand and we'll go together. Ooh. The more he flirts, the more convinced I become that this is some kind of It is, but I'm falling for it. No matter how innocent monsters look, they always have tricks up their sleeves. And something tells me that this one's more dangerous than he lets on, even if we have a lovely laugh. I don't know what you want or why you're messing with me, but I'm not coming any closer until I know you aren't going to attack or bite. I won't bite hard unless you bang me. Hey yo! What's good? No matter what I say, he finds a way to twist my words into an innuendo. Even I'm silent, he goes on his tough. We're having a conversation, not a standoff. Do you like dancing? There's a traveling troupe performing in Hightown tonight. The lutist is utterly exquisite, truly a performance to die for. It's live in this dreadful place if you know where to look. You sound like you know the city well. The man's gaze flickers from me to the key dangling from his fingers. Naturally, this stunt was little more than a miserable little smear when I first arrived. Hightown, Lowtown, I know Iridia like the back of my hand. What about the cenobium? Do you know where that is? And the same look. His smile vanishes. Surely you've seen it. That abruptly large tower looming over the rest. It's a little hard to miss. You must mean that spire I noticed when I first caught sight of Iridia. I mean, I won't let him eat my... I need to stop. I need to stop. I need to be stopped. I won't let him eat my soul. Let's say it like that. Don't worry about that. He must mean that spire I noticed when I first caught sight of Iridia. The cenobium's overrated. Forget about it. I could show you things those stuffy boards and their limb-dick towers couldn't even dream of. I've already got plans. Oh, have you some pressing matters at the cenobium? Lunch dates with librarians, tea time with the most esteemed abbess? It's my business. What's it matter to you? Swim my shoulders and amusement bleeds out of him. Your loss. Stranger finally brought out of his tedious game. He extends his hand towards me. The key rests on his palm, neatly dividing skin and leather. When he makes no other move, I reach for the key, but as soon as my fingers graze smooth brass, his hands spring shut around my elbow. Oh no. Hey! Oh. He yanks me down, and I stagger, my soul clipping on the steps. Oh, this is not good. For a sick moment, I feel my bandages will unravel under his touch, but he's careful not to disturb them, even as fingers dig into my arm. Oh, the eyes. I knew I smelled blood. You reek of death on the road. And that fucking doctor. Oh, no. His voice once silken, now it's to a smoky growl. The shadows around him seethe and boil as he pulls me closer. And something else. He murmurs against my throat, nose grazing my jaw. Let go! I try to twist away, but he doesn't budge. His breath trades down my neck, sending a thrill of dread through me. But just when I feel he'll bite, he takes a deep whiff instead. Hey, okay. His wide-fed eyes gleam with naked hunger as he gazes up at me. Not quite human, not quite monster, seems we're both. There you go, that's his name. It's Vera. There you go. Now you know. Who's coming to save us? Let's see. The trainer's ears flatten and he releases me with a short breath. I yank my arm back, massaging it where his grip left, grooves in the bandages. The trainer's twisted around to watch a woman duck out from the curtains behind him. Her pressed uniform marks her as cleric of the cenobium. I leave you for all, 10 minutes and you're making trouble again. Will you quit harassing the tourists? The stranger Vera, I take it, rolls his eyes and flashes the cleric a withering smile. So suspicious. Can't you see this is a friend of mine? A natural liar, he grins at me and his tail swishes minutely. The woman purses her lips at me, clearly unconvinced. I open mouth to correct him, but Vera cuts in. I was graciously offering my dear friend some free advice, though his voice remains light and cheerful, his expression darkens. Danger is drawn to you like a moth to a flame. It will always find you given time. The woman clucks her tongue as though she's heard his recital 102 times. Word of advice? Don't take free advice from lazy foxes lounging. He is a fox spirit, or whatever the fuck, or a fox demon. Don't take free advice from lazy foxes lounging in the streets. This crook would sell water to a drowning man for the sheer enjoyment of it. She shocks off a wilting look from Vera. Oh, please. Any friend of yours knows it's true. Now hold still. Vera rises gracefully at her approach. He pushes his hair aside so it drapes over one shoulder, exposing the long line of his neck. And suddenly it dawns on me that the jingling I heard earlier wasn't coming from the harness attached to his collar, but a leash. A heavy iron chain wound around a hitching post and padlock to the back of his collar. Vera posed deliberately to hide his leash from me. The woman produces a keyring from her pocket. She rifles through a dozen identical keys before selecting one and slotting it into the lock. Come on, unless your friend's tagging along on our merry little solace hunt. There's hunting for solace inside the city? Words momentarily fail me. The woman regards me with a polite, if tight smile before marching down the stairs. Vera lingers. He stretches his arms over his head with a yawn, and I try not to stare at the way his stomach flattens when he arches his back. A little secret safe with me. Try not to get yourself killed, Vera hops off the stoop and bounds after the woman. His tail sways merrily, as though he hadn't just lied and threatened me. Did you try that thing I mentioned, the Laventian knot? That the one where you take 3 fingers and actually don't tell me, knowing you, it's disgusting. He really is foxy. Vera's airy laughter echoes down the street. It's only after he and Cleric have vanished from sight that I realize I'm still missing something. Wait! Reflexively, I shove my hands into my pockets and find it. The room key. I pull it out of my pocket and raise it to the light, just to be sure. A nagging feeling distracts from my relief. I didn't know what Vera's game was or what he wanted from me. All I know for certain is that the Zenobium saw fit to leash him. A fate I could share, if that's what his vague warning meant. I let my eyes drift skyward, past the lanterns, gently swaying in the breeze, to the Zenobium faintly visible through the haze. Okay, we have 2 more characters to go. Just one glimpse is all I need, then I can put this all behind me. This time the key goes into my coin purse for safekeeping. Okay, we have 2 more characters to go, and then we have met everyone. Who's your guys' favorite so far? I'm dipping my tea. This feels good. Oh, need that little drink after what just happened. Like, he's very, very, like, flirtatious and stuff. It's easy enough to follow the sluggish river that splits Iridia in 2. A colossal bridge arches over the dark water below. I cross as quickly as I can, climbing ever uphill toward the distant tower. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so too. For me, it's like, I can't say because I already saw all of them. Yeah, Mage Boy Flirt's the best. Like, the angel Kuros, he's very like holding back and stuff, so you can't really tell too much, but he's like letting on a little about his personality. Yeah. Yeah, I knew that's Seth's type, but I think he will like someone else more. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Ooh, my other faith has not shown up yet. Oh wow, sorry, that was me getting in the wrong throat. Hours later, legs aching, sweat beading on my forehead. I finally find what I was searching for. The Zenobium of the luminous void. It stands at the highest point of Iridia, surrounded by cold white walls. Well-dressed people stroll down the walkways, paying no attention to the massive tower in their midst. I'm the only one standing before the gates. I crane my neck up and up until the top of the Cenobbium tower disappears into the clouds overhead. My stomach gives me an uneasy lurch. Though far grander than the humble shrine of my youth, the Cenobbium gives the same impression of being a gilded birdcage. Knocking seems like a terrible idea, but I don't see any other way of making my presence known. I'm halfway up the steps when something moves in my peripheral vision. Oh, here we go, another one. A shadowy figure crouches beneath one of the white walls. They reach out and tug on a vine as if testing its strength. Oi, you there! The shadow vanishes as quickly as I spotted it, and a gaunt-faced man in a crisp charcoal uniform marches up the steps towards me. Another tourist. Get out of here once you're done gawking. A dismissive wave accompanies his equally dismissive words, and he turns on his heel without even waiting for an answer from me. I look back at where I saw the intruder, but there's nothing. Just the leaves blowing gently in the cool breeze. I step away from the gates, hopelessness washing over me. Hello? A whisper so close I can feel the warm brush of breath on my skin. Again? What is up with you people and coming so close? I instinctively jerk away, but there's no one besides me. Halfway down the staircase, I spot a woman swaying in the breeze. She's gaunt as a ray, her blouse moth-eaten. I'm unable to take my eyes off her, not because of the way she smiles a little too widely, or the way her tousled braids look unbrushed for days, but because her eyes shine a vibrant, unnatural crimson. I'm both entranced and unsettled by the subtle glow. Red-eyed woman, these days you need a miracle to get in there. I'm unsure how to respond, or if I even should. My gaze is uncomfortably fixed on me, heavy as lead. Seems like I'm in the market for a miracle. Know anyone selling? She beams at me like I've said the greatest thing she's ever heard. Lucky for you, I have them for free. Whatever she's selling, I'm not interested. My words come out in a tired breath. No thanks. I stared down at the stairs, but she abruptly steps into my path. She turns her back to me, and before I can react, she slips her fingers under the lacing of her collar, stripping out of her blouse in broad daylight. What are you doing? As worn fabric invades bare skin, my panic is surrounded by cold horror. A misshapen sunken scar carves into the woman's body. Pitted gnarled skin snakes down her shoulders, blooming from a gaping hole in the back of her neck. A shuddering breath escapes me. The fuck? Whatever disease this woman had ate away at her from the inside out. How is she able to move or breathe? It's impossible. She shouldn't be alive, and yet. The power to cure anything can be yours too. The power of the sea spring. The woman slides back into her blouse and deftly laces it up. If I've caught your interest, then follow me. It's only a short walk away. That's stupid to go there. Without another glance, she leisurely strolls down the Cenobbium stairs, loose braids bobbing behind her. The edge of her scar peeks out from under her collar. I stand there, wordless until I manage to regain my bearings. It's a twisted miracle, but a miracle nonetheless. This could be the stupidest decision in my life, but what choice do I have? I take a final look at the Cenobbium shut gate and follow her down the steps. I mean, we didn't really try. We descend from the higher streets, leaving behind their gilded decadence. As we cross the river, the wet derelict districts feel more familiar to me. But a crimson-eyed woman takes me farther and farther still, until I'm met with an all-too-familiar sight. Oh, not here. My gut lurches when I face the open horizon. We should leave. The city outskirts are hardly recognizable in daylight. Probably be safer for it, but venturing beyond Iridia's walls is a gamble I wasn't prepared to take so soon. Keep going straight, and the sea spring will reveal itself to you. I bark out bitter laugh, loud and involuntarily. This is a setup. This has to be a setup. As soon as I step out there, some friends of yours will ambush and mug me. If I wanted something from you, I would have already have it. She said it so lightly, I almost believe her, even if she looks as physically capable as a toothpick. You're as safe inside the city as outside of it. Truthfully, the territory before you is the safest of all. What do you mean, territory? This region belongs to... Okay, that's another one. That's another character. You're gonna see him. You're gonna see him. This region belongs to Ice. Most people know him as gang leader, but he's much more than that. I squint against the empty wastelands. Only a fool or someone with nothing to lose would leave the city. Apparently I'm both. But if the sea spring cured her, I need to see what it can do for me. I set off into the waste. On my shoulders, the woman calls after me. Good luck, Shandy. I hope we meet again. We never told her our name. My heart pounds with each step I take from civilization. It doesn't take me long to realize it's not only the heartbeat I hear, like a nagging thought at the back of my mind. I can sense another pulse thrumming through the earth beneath my feet. I've had this presence before when I first stepped out of Chorus's clinic. Is living dread cursing underneath the city? Only this time I'm getting closer to it. For what seems like an eternity, for what seems like an eternity, I force each foot forward, one step, then another, until a realization hits me. I never told the woman. That's what I'm saying. I never told the woman my name. Something pierces the horizon ahead of me. A building nestled into a tall cliffside, but so starkly out of place it might as well be hallucination, and drips of extravagance and honeyed mahogany, an ornate jewel of architecture. A row of dark silhouettes stands out on the horizon. Trees, I think, until I am close enough to realize that what I mistook for branches were spikes and jutting tendrils. Soulless, several of them watch me in distance like statues. We should run. I don't think, I just run. Exploding into a messy sprint, I push my legs as fast as they'll take me towards that decorated building. Flashes of last night chase me, the gushes of blood and screams of death, the smell of burning flesh and sour bile. I can't go through that again, I won't. The next thing I know, I'm dashing up wooden stairs and crashing through towering double doors. It was, like, stupid enough to even go here. Oh, I think we're gonna meet another person. I gasp for air, my lungs burning from exertion. I'm desperate to be safe, but when I process my surroundings, it's more hellscape than sanctuary. Blood flows all around me, overwhelming my vision. With lurid, unholy red, instinctively my hand leaps to my mouth. But the rotten stench of blood never comes. Instead, a smoky scent hangs in the air, sharp and spiced. I swallow thickly, convinced myself that it's not as gruesome as it appears. This has to be the sea spring, the place that grants miracles. Pulling my eyes away from the pool, I take in the rest of my environment. Tall pillows flank me, blanketed in written notes. Seething pillows scatter the floor. A rustic kettle sits nearby. Someone must live here, despite how eerily empty it is. Hello, is anyone there? That was actually stupid. I literally last playthrough, I chastised Leon for doing that. My voice echoes through the cavern without response. I approach the paper-covered pillars. Maybe something you can tell me more I reach for. Okay, I saved, right? Good. The closest one, the bottommost. Let's go for the closest one. I reach for a note in front of me. It reads, Dear Mother, don't cry for me. I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye, but we'll meet again in another life. I love you very much. From Iris. P.S. If you ever see me, never speak to me again. It's written in perfect cursive. I've never seen such beautiful handwriting. Before I can ponder it further, a sharp chill runs down my spine. Something's watching me. I quickly set the note back, my eyes darting around the wooden deck, but it's still empty, vacant. Finally, I look towards the sea spring. That stillness hides something deeper, something wrong. Something familiar, it's watching me. Hey. I spin around and come face to face with this pack of soulless. They chitter and growl, tendrils and spikes firing threateningly, all different sizes and species, but sharing one identical trait, glowing crimson eyes. I try to back away, but my heel teeters over the sea spring. I'm cornered. Watch your step, it's deeper than it looks. I buzz again. At the sound of it, the soul does freeze. It's not, it's quieting. Ooh! I search for the voices, stirs and find it above me, lounging in the rafters. Oh, he's my fave, right next to Cora. I'm just saying. I will not choose, thank you. I will not choose. I will not be made to choose, thank you. Not him going, you look lost, baby girl. You look lost, baby girl. You look lost, little sparrow. His gaze is a violent crimson. When that seared through me leaves me feeling raw and exposed. I mean... Ooh. Ooh. Yo, I'm not kidding, I spilled my drink. Because I was thirsty. I can't. I didn't spill all of it, just a little. Ooh. They did not. They went too hard for his design. I'm sorry, they went a little too hard for me. He is hot as hell. His gaze is a violent crimson, one that sears through me, leaves me feeling raw and exposed. They're the same eyes I've seen over and over, first with the scarred woman, now with the soda circling me, all bound by the sea spring's blood red. In the shroud of darkness behind him, shapes like massive tentacles wrist and coiled around the wooden beams. I can't focus, the soulless growls ring in my ears. They're not advancing, but that could change at any second. Panic rises in my throat as I struggle to track them. Hey! Eyes on me. I mean, I will. Shit, I will. My stomach rolls as I tear my eyes away from the soulless. Don't ignore someone who's talking to you, it's not polite. For a moment, anger knocks my fear aside. It's this bastard. I'm sorry. Fuck you. Look right into his unliving eyes, holding his gaze defiantly. Fuck you, is that better? A quick grin cracks across his face. We'll work on it. Sir, so everyone can hear the whore. I scan the soulless again. They really aren't attacking. Posturing more than anything else. Almost as if they're waiting for commands. Did you tame them? Power of the sea spring. They're hungry, so they might bite. You could give me a reason to stop them. How about I didn't do anything wrong? Trespassing. And that's punishable by death. He gives a non-committal shrug. I called out earlier to see if anyone would see how good that other decision that was. It's stupid, but it was good. I called out earlier to see if anyone was here. Were we supposed to play hide and seek? Didn't hear you. A voice stuffs in my throat. This man's terse coolness is both infuriating and terrifying. I rack my brain for a way to diffuse the situation. I need help. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. I'm not in the mood for guessing games. Your hands. Okay, what you want from my hands? I mean, I'm gonna do it, but what is it? You have some requests. Alarm jolts through me. I hide my hands under my cloak. Show me. Why? Won't ask twice. With a sharp huff, I reluctantly hold up my bandaged hand. Are you getting off on this? Unwrap them. Heat rushes to my face and fire to my tongue. I should give him a piece of my mind, but not when his souls are one command from ripping me to shreds. Yet no matter how much I will myself to move, my body is frozen in place. I stand there for a long, agonizing minute. My hands are trembling when I finally raise them. I know the skin beneath the wrappings all too well. This hideous, unnatural flesh I've grown to despise. I grip the edge of the bandages. Stop. With a weary sigh, the man slides off the beam and lands with a thud that shakes the panels underfoot. He's a monster with an imposing figure that towers over me. Oh, he's tall too. I know. I think that's so funny that he's actually a bastard. I couldn't tell how tall he was before, but he's big. Illuminated by a lantern light, his features are stronger, sharper. Subtle clicks of metal accompanying each of his footsteps. The closer he gets to me, the faster my heart hitches. What does he want? Is he going to kill me? I step backwards and find nothing to set my foot on. I'd forgotten my back was through the sea spring. I fall right before a warm hand catches my lower back. He's gonna catch it. I'm hovering above the sea spring, the scent of smoke and leather enveloping me. Blazing crimson eyes bore into mine. Oh, he blinked. Told you to watch your step. I'm too stunned to muster a response. I weigh nothing. He guides me back to solid ground and steps back. Following a subtle gesture from his fingers, the soulless around us disperse and relax. The shift in their demeanor is so abrupt it gives me whiplash. The enormous tentacles are no longer in the rafters, though now I doubt I ever saw them at all. Either way, I exhale a breath of relief. Thanks. He's focused on me as he was before the monster pays no attention to me now. He kicks some seething pillars out of the walkway, checks the contents of the kettle with a scowl. The sudden disregard is almost insulting. So that's it. I'm not a threat anymore. Never were one. Wow. Then why'd you threaten me? People get honest when they're afraid. In other words, he was messing with me. I'm going to punch you. I drag a hand over my face, exhausted by the fact that this is the second time a monster has provoked me today. Your eyes, right? Depends on who's asking. One of your friends told me this was your territory. She also said you were a gang leader. But there's no one else here. I thought there'd be more people. Ice picks up the kettle and walks to the edge of the sea spring and dumps out the contents into the endless red. That shit-faced smile. Gang took a walk. Yeah. Listen, of course he's cute because I have good taste, okay? His pleasant smile stretches across his face, ear to ear. Then in an instant it drops. I get the sense that I shouldn't ask about his gang again. What do you need the sea spring's power for? Depends. Can it cure curse? Probably. You mean you don't know? Nope. He shakes out the empty kettle and starts collecting stray cups, tidying up. My frustration builds. I narrow my eyes at him in a questioning glare. When he notices, he returns it with an amused smirk. Are you being irritating on purpose? Listen, Sparrow, the sea spring can cure anything. Nothing's stopping you from trying it yourself. What do I have to do? Drink. I have to drink from the sea spring. My eyes glide to the blood-like pool beside us. The idea of ingesting the strange liquid makes my guts churn. Is there a prize? Always. Ice tapes his temple with a finger. He does it a little bit. That's it. Might have already beat it to the punch. Oh, look at that smile. Oh, my humor earns me an amused, fanged grin. This is a little different. When you drink from the sea spring, you forget who you are. Your mind combines with everyone who ever drank before humans, monsters, sodas, one big happy family in your head. My blood runs cold. I've heard of these before. Group minds. My attendants used to tell me that my power granted people access to a higher plane of understanding, a group mind of my own making, all lies. But something tells me this is real, even if one thing doesn't add up. Your eyes are red too, but you obviously haven't forgotten who you are. Before I can finish my sentence, Ice strides past me towards the entrance. Time's up. Let's finish this later. Wait, already? You barely told me anything. Come on a bad day. I've got somewhere to be. There are still so many questions burning on the tip of my tongue. My frustration spits out before any of them. I was told to come here for help, but instead I get threatened and kicked out. You're joking, right? What's your tone? I'm nice, but you don't want to ruin the host's mood. Is this a threat? My skin prickles. The feeling of being watched washes over me again. My eyes dart back over the sea spring. A lone rippling dances on the quiet surface. I take Ice's advice and clamp my mouth shut. Ice approaches a nearby solace, a lanky dog-like one, 6 legs and a crown of tendrils. Several sets of crimson eyes adorn its side. Its forked tail wags rapidly when Ice squats beside it. He runs his fingers through the tendrils, scratches its chin, and pats his head. It's a doggy. A gentle smile crosses Ice's lips. The affection he holds for the solace is painfully clear. I dip my eyes away, my stomach's fluttering at the tender side. It's getting fluttering. I mean, I understand it. Who doesn't love a man with a dog? It's getting dark out, so this pretty girl will guide you back. Following a short whistle from Aya's lips, it trots over to the entrance, a busy tail swinging. I watch the solace warily. Pretty is not a word I would use to describe it, and the idea of its protecting me sounds absurd. I decide to drink. How should I find you? Find someone with eyes like mine. They point you in the right direction. But think it over. Once you drink, you can't go back. It's a lot to process, but I give a small nod. At least I know I have another option for a cure, as disturbing as it may be. I follow the solace at a measured distance and watch it notch the giant doors open with ease. When I'm about to cross the threshold, I sneak one last glance behind me. My heart skips when I meet Ice's eyes. I'm about to snap my head away, but he just flashes me an easy smile. Till next time, Sparrow, I'll buy you a drink for scaring you. You better. I don't trust myself to do anything but respond with another curt nod. What are we thinking? What are we thinking about this introduction? Sips my little tea. Oh wow, this is a 2-hour stream already. I did not expect it to be this long. Outside, more crimson-eyed soulless scuttle about. It's hard to believe it's the same threatening pack from before. They chase each other in circles, roll around in the bog's mud. They pay no attention to me as the dog-like one escorts me away. It's an uneventful trip. Sometimes the soulless looks over its shoulders at me to make sure I'm still following. Yeah, he's a little feisty. Love that in a man, though. Dusk darkens the sky by the time we reach the city. So we have one more to meet. We technically already met that person, but we gotta meet them again probably. I can't sense that massive heartbeat anymore. Maybe it was all in my head. The Sola sits and looks at me expectantly with familiar crimson eyes. I can pet it. I wanna 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 pet it. As nervous as I am, carefully glide my fingers through the Sola's chin dreads and scratch beneath its chin, just like Ice had. Pushes into my palm in response, removing a sound akin to aww. The vibrations are soothing and almost healing my fatigue. Please, we need to see the Solas. I want to see it because we need to make it the mascot. We need to make it the mascot of the game already. I want to see it. We need merch of it. When it's satisfied, the Sola spins around and scampers back into the direction we came, vanishing into the darkness. Spreading my first day in Iridia, and I've already encountered so many things I thought were impossible, tame Solas being one of them. My head spins. Maybe I should call it a day. I think we have one more person to meet before we sleep. Nightfall creeps across the streets of Iridia. The city labyrinthian, even in daytime, has become a warren of treacherous alleyways. Someone's the doggy. Someone's the baby puppy. The streets are completely deserted. If I hadn't been here earlier, I would have thought part of the city's abandoned. I make my way through the widening streets, doing my best to keep my bearing towards the Wet Wig. My steps slow when I hear rustling in the dark. I strain my ears, but everything is still. Is the silence playing tricks on me? Save this one. I'm imagining things. Something is wrong. The fine hair on the back of my neck prickled. A friction of discomfort running down my spine. Something is wrong. My eyes dart from one side of the street to the other, searching for movement, but the shadows are deep and dark as pools of ink, and I see nothing. I can't stay here. I need to reach a busier part of the city. Drawing my cloak tighter around my body, I hurry on my way. Though I keep my eyes sharp and listen intently, there's only the sound of my own footsteps. As the moment passes and nothing happens, I begin to wonder, maybe I really did imagine that noise. I turn the next corner and my thoughts come screaming to a halt. My head spins, the word blurring as adrenaline rushes through my veins. Only one thing is clear amidst the haze. The Solas that attacked the caravan. It's crouched over a dark, indecent shape, a body. A garland of intestines spills from pallid flesh. Blood grouts the cobblestones. For mercy, the Solas is too distracted by its meal to have noticed me. My feet feel as heavy as stones, but I can't just stand here. Holding my breath, I take a step backwards. When the wet slurping sounds don't abate, I take another, then another. Then a shard of glass crunches under my heel. Of course. The world seems to slow to a crawl as the Solas raises its head, blood dripping from its tendrils. Every single one of the bulging eyes fixed unblinkingly on me. It's really here. It's coming back for me. Yeah, that's our only option. We're running. I'm off like a shot, running for my life through darkened streets. Behind me, a piercing bass splits the silence, and heavy footfalls pound after me. My heart thunders in my chest. I take turns at random trying to lose it in the maze of streets, but I can't seem to shake it. I can hear its breathing now, a wet, fluttering grasp, growing closer and closer. The same claws that severed my arms swipe out. I duck saved by pure reflexes and skip around a corner. I take 3 running strides before the bottom drops out of my stomach. A wall twice as high as me bars my way, a dead end. When I turn around, the Sola swims in the entry to the alleyway. So long running, it doesn't have to. As it crowds closer, my thoughts race. Some of the buildings lining the streets are lit. There must be people inside. It's a long shot, but... Action is better than nothing. Try the nearest door. I roll, grabbing out the handle of the closest door. It turns completely, the hinges creaking as I push, and I feel a flash of hope. Before weight hits the door from the other side and slams shut, of course. The clicks of the lock turning is grimly final. In this wretched world, few people who stick their neck out to help their own flesh and blood, never mind a stranger. The Solus gives a grasping hiss. It's the only warning I get before it lunges for me with a flash of claws. I almost have to decide, but the slick cobblestones betray me. I fell, sprawling over the rough stone. As the Solus looms over me, I scramble away from it until my back hits the wall. There's nowhere left to go. It descends on me for the kill. Are we dead? But the impact never comes. And this is the final one. I rarely crack one eye open, then the other, not sure whether I should believe what I'm seeing. A hooded figure crouches in front of me, one bloodstained hand outstretched. Moonlight silver the edge of their stiletto knife. Their face and hands are splattered with blood, and the Solus? My eyes dart past my unexpected rescuer to the misshapen form behind them. The Solus' many eyes, once restless and vibrant, now look dull and waxy. A red pool spreads slowly from under its body. Numb with shock, I can't help but stare. It's dead. After all the people it's killed, after nearly killing me twice, I can hardly believe it. Well, I gingerly take the offered hand. The stranger's gaze dips to my bandages, pale lips parted on the brink of a question, then close again. With a strength belying their slight frame, they pull me to my feet. Something about them is strange, unlike any human or monster I've ever met. I can't quite place my finger on why. Pay my milk boy. As soon as I am on my own 2 feet again, they pull away from me and start wiping the blood from their face and hands. Stay there. They turn away from me stiffly, leaning over the Solus' gangly body. With their back towards me, I realized that I saw their hooded silhouette at the cenobium. You saved me. You're shorter than I thought. You're shorter than I thought. They give me a startled look before their eyes narrow. Seems I've touched a nerve. I'm surprised you think at all. Maybe I deserve that. Before I can form a response, they continue. What are you thinking, traveling alone at night? This is far from the worst thing haunting Lowtown. You can't make heads or tails of them. First they save me and now they scold me. Lesson learned. I could do without the lecture, though. And I could do without you calling me short. Point taken. Their attention glides back to the Solus corpse. They examine it with an inscrutable expression. I clear my throat to fill the silence. I'm Shandy. Min. Suddenly Min tenses, their blades flash as they drive into the back of their Solus neck. The Solus trashes once, letting out a rattling hiss as the air leaves its lungs. Min leans on the blade, driving it deeper and deeper until there's a sickening crunch and the creature goes limp. My heart thuds in my chest. It must have been clinging to life by a thread. Min straightens up, withdrawing their blade in a single smooth motion. Better to put wretched things like this out of their misery. They calmly clean the blood from their knife. Solo my eyes still glued to the cooling corpse. Why is a Solus inside the city? Min looks at me, eye searching before realization dawned. You're new here. There's no walls around the city. Solus can come and go as they please until someone is contracted to stop them. The Cenobium's patrols don't bother to protect Lowtown, not anymore. Let me guess, you're not a fan of the Cenobium. I wouldn't go that far. Their brow abruptly furrows and they sheath their knife, motioning for me to follow them. It's not safe here. The vultures can smell death. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but I don't want to stay lost in the city. I trail behind them as they stride down the street. If it's so dangerous, then why are you helping me? I came for the bounty on that Solus and you were in the way. Not killing you isn't the same as helping you. Don't count on being so lucky again, or you'll be dead by sunrise. The answer is stingingly harsh. Just need to find my lodgings. I hold my hands up, trying to forestall any more snippy comment. Alright, I get it. I'd love to get out of your way, but I'm sort of lost. I just need directions back to my lodging. What makes you think I'll help you? You've already helped me once tonight. Why not a second time? Come on. It seems to catch me off guard. Their brow knits and they look away, scowling. How troublesome. Shandy? Hey, nice to see you again. What are you doing here? I turn surprised by the voice. Kuros walks down the street towards us. His white and gold clothing is pristine, despite the grime of the city. Hello, Min. I see that Solus was your work. Min shrugs, his familiarity to the way they regard each other. You didn't know you had friends. Listen, you want to make points at Cora, so you know them Coras? Min is a freelancer who has done few errands for me. They're quite reliable. And reliable freelancers don't eat. Shani needs to get back to wherever she's staying before she wanders into the jaws of another soulless. It is late. You're able to find a place to stay, Shani. I'm staying at the Wet Wig. Both their faces fall. I see. Would you like a guide? It might be preferable to wandering about alleyways. That would be nice. Min clicks her tongue and sighs, Sonny might the output. Going to the Amaryllis district, that gaudy cesspit. You be careful what you say. My husband lives there. Number 3 or 4. I'm deciding. I think 3. Number 3. I think he's worthy of number 3. Come this way. Despite Min's clear distaste, when Chorus leads me down the streets, they keep pace with us. Catching my curious glance, Min's eyes narrow. It's safe this late. I don't care about you, but Chorus is the only doctor worth a damn in this place. Are you like this with everyone? The deadpan Min gives me his answer enough. I catch Chorus hiding a slight smile. Look at that smile. Look at that. Look at the gorgeousness. I suppress a sigh and resign myself to having a grumpy shadow all the way back to the Wet Wig. The route Chorus takes is completely different from my slow meandering earlier in the morning. In no time at all, he cuts through darkened streets and twisting alleys. Oh, so pretty. It seems like half the city has poured into the Amaryllis district. Colorful streets, laughter, clinking glasses and music assault my ears from every direction. And the most noise still comes from the Wet Wig. Its doors hang wide open, lanterns lit. Here we are. He moves towards the door and Min lets out an audible huff. Don't tell me you're going in. I have some quick business with Leander. Fine, he still owes me for yesterday's work. Oh, I think we're going to meet everyone now. They drag their feet reluctantly, trailing me into the cavern. As soon as the doors open, a wave of sticky heat rolls over me. In the hour since I left, the wig has grown suffocatingly crowded. Kura stands out easily, a head taller than most. Even so, I need to lose sight of him amid the sea of swarming bodies. Pardon me. The crowd parts as though answering his request. Koras glanced over his shoulders at Min and me before gliding through. How could anyone breathe in here? Min follows Koras at a clipped pace. Hey, babes, how you doing? Leander is right where I left him, although he's traded places with the bartender. He holds a pair of shot glasses filled to the brim with luminous green liquid. And now for the finishing touch. A flash of magic paints the glasses white with frost. You're never gonna guess what's in these. Leander slides a glass across the bar and I get my third and fourth shots of the evening in rapid succession. So you're gonna meet everyone together. I think I get the bar and elbow propped on the counter. He catches the glass and lifts one to the light before turning it upside down. Contents magically congealed stay firmly in place. You're supposed to make drinks, pretty boy. Don't tell me you're wasted already. Oh, by the way, everyone's not straight. Everyone's not straight. We love to see it. We love to see it. We love flavor in our game. Vera, perched on the bar's counter beside Ice, takes a single look at the shot glass and shakes his head. What have we here? A bucket full of boogers? Leander knows treasures. Leander's nose treasure? You've eaten worse. Vera's lips twitch and his ears flatten when Ice offers him a glass. He turns his cheek with a sniff, and Ice just snickers. Coward. I'm just saying, I want the polyamorous ending too, please. Thank you. Just for my personal needs, I hope there's a polyamorous ending. I know based on what we know about characters, there might be some endings where you like get together with two characters or more than one. It seems that way based on like, there's like a chart on the Twitter and the Tumblr too, where it shows like all their relationships and their like what they think of each other from each character. And there's a little something here, you know, there's like, it's not just between you and the characters, but between each other there's also something going on, like a past or anything like that, and something that's going on, so that's pretty cool. Huh? Don't tell me you're actually. In one fluid motion, Ice throws back his head and downs the shot, drinking that. A dark look crosses Ice's face. It's chewy. Chewy? Wait, let me try again. Y'all just drink that? Behind me, Min grumbles. I told you this place was a nest of degenerates. Reverse harm, no jutsu. They made that one for me, thank you. I told you this place was a nest of degenerates. If it isn't Kuros and Min. Oh my god, look at the face, it's so cute. At the sound of Leander's voice, Min's pale eyes grow wide. They look ready to pop until Kuros sets a hand on their shoulder. I promise this will not take long. Min's eyes dart from Kuros's hand to his face, then soften. Fine, you first. As they step forward, I linger behind, struck by a sudden revelation. All of the people I've met today know each other. Good evening, Leander. Ice, another drinking competition, I presume? Or is it evening already? Could have sworn it was early. I love its little blush. Just some friendly rivalry, Doctor. Nothing to be afraid of. Kuros acknowledged Leander and Ice with the slightest nod, ignoring Vera entirely. Not that Vera seems to mind. He tilts his head and an impish smile crosses his lips when he spots Min, looming silently behind Kuros. I almost didn't see you there, Min, looking for your booster seat. I don't know what that liquid is, don't ask me. Min pushes back the hood. They level Vera with a cool look. I thought Ice wasn't allowed to bring his pets in here. Vera's tail gives an angry twitch. Okay, come on. Look at the crowd. Look at that. Look at them. Look at that. At the first sign of an impending fight, Leander vaults clear over the counter. He slides in between Ice and Kuros. Now, let's try and keep the peace. It's not every day that the esteemed doctor takes up on a drink. His arm snakes around Kuros' shoulders. You are finally taking me up on that drink, right, Kuros? I'm afraid not. We're merely escorting Shandy back to her lodgings. Kuros gestures in my direction. My stomach sinks. I reluctantly step into the light. As soon as he sees me, Leander's face brightens. Shandy, it's been too long. Everyone, this is Shandy. She's new. I think I met everyone. She's new to Iridia. I feel 5 pairs of eyes fixed onto me. Suddenly the bar feels suffocatingly small. My voice nearly catches in my throat. It would be so embarrassing if you flirted with everyone and it has consequences. Imagine you were a whore with each and every one of them today. And then you have to find out, oh shit, they know each other. That's so embarrassing. Listen. Hi again. Hi everyone. Again. Wait, you've already met everyone? Ice and Vera level me with subtly amused expressions. Vera's tail gives a lazy wag. We did, not that long ago either. I'm starting to suspect she's stalking me. He looks far too pleased with himself when I roll my eyes. This calls for drinks. What does everyone want? Okay, listen. I'm so sorry for Min, but Min is next to the pretty friend. Min is so short. And it's next to the other pretty and hot friend. They're still pretty though too. Oh, I love it. Let's look at them for a bit, please. They're so pretty. Holy shit. Vera, Kuros, and Leander in that order. I see. Good. Yeah, that suits you. It suits you. No shade. It really suits you. It really fits. For me, it's there's a shared number one. If Kuros and Ice for me, that's a shared number one. And then it is Leander for me. Then it's Vera. And then it's Min. Yeah, it's that. But when I play my order, I usually start from my least favorite to my favorite. So probably what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with Min when I do the actual playthrough. And I'm going to continue. I don't know how the game is going to work, if you can choose a route or something. But I would start with Min. And then I'm going to do Vera. And then I'm going to do Leander. And then I'm going to... Then it's going to be tough. I think I'm going to do Kuros last. And then do Ice before that. This calls for a drink. What does everyone want? I want to save here because I like the picture. In an instant, all eyes turned to Leander, freeing me from the burden of attention. I still can't believe they all know each other. Watching them talk amongst themselves feels surreal. But for the first time since I undertook the journey to Iridia, I feel a faint glimmer of hope. I think, no, I know I was meant to meet them. The low, pleasant rumble of Leander's laughter pulls me from my restless thoughts. Well, color me surprised. You make friends fast, Jenny. I wouldn't go that far. We're more like acquaintances. Not if you ask me. Not if you ask me. Not if you ask me. Wise man once said that acquaintances are merely friends you haven't shared a drink with yet. Wise man, you said that here last week. Can hear Min's lips curl with distaste from across the bar. Leander clears his throat and continues unperturbed. Let's toast to Shandy's health. Care to join in, Doctor? Chorus politely declines with a wave of his hand. How about you, Min? No. Are you? No. The resounding pop pierces the din of the bar. We all turn into the direction of the noise. Vera looks almost bashful as he accepts an overflowing fluid from the bartender, poured from a bottle so old its label has been worn blank. You serve champagne here? Since when? Vera pauses in the middle of licking champagne foam from his fingers with a coy smile. You don't mind, do you? In the transformation as impressive as his magic trick, the concern on Leander's face vanishes. His laugh softly. No, be my guest. I know you've got expensive taste. Then he shoots the bartender a frantic look. Unbothered or uninterested in his company, eyes cants his head at me, a light smile on his lip. How about you, Sparrow? Did you say I'd buy you a drink earlier? No, my treat. Eyes regards Leander over the lip of his glass. In the dim light, the glint in his crimson eyes looks downright dangerous. Well, it'll be Shandy. I'm a boring person. I'm taking water, like a pleb. Water's fine. Allow me. Leander pushes away from the counter to go flag down the bartender, leaving me with Chorus and more distantly Min. I'm not the least bit surprised that neither has bothered ordering anything. They both seem ready to leave at a moment's notice. Water's a wise choice. Is your doctor's duty to encourage sobriety? But Chorus shakes his head with a patient smile. The drinks here are notoriously watered down, most likely to cut costs, but it only encourages the patrons to overindulge. Min looks up from adjusting the laces of one of their braces. The only reason anyone bothers coming here is for the cheap rooms and cheaper drinks, perfect conditions for terrible mistakes. It almost sounds like you're speaking from experience. The pale face reddens and Dave suddenly looks away, scowling. Leander returns with a glass of water that I accept with a murmured thanks. He claps, drawing the attention of the group. Alright everyone, let's toast. May Shandy's stay in Iridia be full of bright adventures and discoveries. Cheers! Leander, Eyes, and Vera raise their glasses in unison. Min only crosses their arms, and Chorus watches with polite indifference. The water is bitter, cold, and tastes faintly metallic, but I savor it all the same. Gradually, the din of the crowded bar fades to a low murmuring. I find myself relaxing for what feels like the first time in years. Aren't you the popular one, Shani? I'm guessing you met Chorus first. It would be more accurate to say that I found her. He saved my life. I merely performed my duty as a doctor. Although I must admit that I was confused when I woke up missing all my clothes. Rihanna makes a shout somewhere behind him. Min sighs. It's not what you think. I mean, you can think that if you want to. Shani was in grave condition. I could hardly treat such injuries through tattered clothes. The silence that follows stretches uncomfortably long. I look away, unable to face Chorus's disappointment, and catch Vera snickering behind his hand. It's my cue to change the topic. Chorus isn't the only one who saved me today. Don't you listen? I didn't save you. You were simply there. That's Min for you. Leander reaches for Min, but they duck under his arm with practiced ease, without so much as looking his way. As reliable as they are moody. You're one to talk, considering you neglected to warn her to stay off the streets at night. Oh, I might have gotten a little distracted. Min's only response is a short breath. At any rate, I never got a chance to thank you, Min. Don't. Solace alive, the better. Don't. The less Solace alive, the better. For a heartbeat, Min's eyes flick towards Eyes, and their lips twist. Eyes is too busy nodding along to Vera's enthusiastic pantomime of stabbing to notice, lost no doubt in an enthralling discussion. I've had enough of this hellhole, let's go. Min and Cora share a brief look, and the doctor speaks up. Very well, but there's something that I must discuss with Leander. If you excuse us, Shandy. And just like that, the three of them depart, leaving me alone to sip my water in silence. So I thought until I hear a voice with softer notes, practically a purr. Lost your tour guide? I turn and find crimson and pink eyes trained on me. It's not lost on me that they chose the instant the others left to strike, just by luck. I had to be a bandit with the two most irritating people I've met all day. Monsters or not, there's no telling what I'd do if either of them pushed me again. Don't tell me Leander snuck off to get his knob slubbing out back. He's got business with Cora's and Min. 2 on 1 business, Isn't he lucky? I can't tell if it's the champagne or the company, but Vera has grown noticeably more relaxed. He sits with his chin propped on the back of his hand. His ears twitch whenever a hiccup shakes his shoulders. Why are you so far away? Come join us. He pats the empty bar stool beside Ice, but I hesitate. Why are we hesitating? I'll leave immediately. Let's go. Let's go party. Let's go on. This time Vera wears a sweet and distinctly fly. I think with drinks in the mix, I dread how he and Ice will mess with me next. You don't bite. I'm not sure about that. Just hours ago he tried to rob me and you threatened me. Me? Steer? Sure, you must be mistaken. You sure that was me? Yes, it was you, and then you had the gall to kick me out just so you could go drinking. Gives another one of his shrugs. I was lonely. Simply answered than I expected, but I guess I can't fault him for that. Very suddenly slumps forward, gossamer sleeve pulling where he rests his elbow on his knee. Ice sets his hand on Vera's waist, narrowly preventing him from tipping off the counter. How about we start fresh, Begin with proper introduction. Get off on the right foot and whatnot. I start. The name's Vera, Hunter Extraordinaire. Vera's right hand flutters to his chest, and he bows his head, flinching when hair falls into his eyes. Ice doesn't say anything, so I suppose it's my turn now. Well, let's introduce ourselves properly again. They look like they're complete menaces. I want to be around them though. I think they're the most fun. I bet they are. It's Shandy. Vera considers me for a long moment, his tail idly swaying behind him, and he knocks back the rest of his champagne. It's a pleasure to formally meet you, Shandy. He says my name slowly and deliberately, savoring every syllable. A tingle jumps down my spine. I quickly turn my gaze away. Iris smirks at my reaction over the rim of his glass. Something funny? Nope. I open my mouth and close it just as quickly. They want me to react, goading me into another ridiculous game, but their sharp cat-like eyes keep me on edge. Something about this tension is fun. It must be exhaustion. The flash of white over Ice's shoulder catches my eye. Across the bar, Kuras heads for the door. I don't see Leander or Min, but it feels wrong to let him leave without saying goodbye. I'll be back. Of course, we gotta go back. We gotta make sure we have everyone on lock. Mero hums and wags his fingers at me as I leave. I slip through the crowd, careful not to touch anyone, but just as I'm nearing Kuras, I stagger shoulders checked by a man with a neck thicker than both my thighs. He stares down at me, nostrils flaring. Out of my way, shit stain. Asshole. I wondered why massaging my throbbing elbow. The roughness wheels around, shoving a bloodhound out of the way so he can close in on me. What did you say? He shoves me backwards, sending me stumbling to the sticky floor. I'm fine, but my heart leaps into my throat when I see the roughneck bearing down on me. You trying to start something here? The roughneck freezes, his fist cocked back. A group of bloodhounds called by the commission circle him, sizing him up. Ooh, you're being protected. For what feels like an agonizingly long moment, the roughneck looks from me to the bloodhound. Finally, he sniffs and spits on the floor next to me. The lob narrowly misses my cheek. Screw it, too many freaks in the circus tonight. He turns his back on me and comes face to face with Eyes. A dangerous smile spreads across his face. You'll do. What happens next is a blur. Eyes fist crashes into the roughneck's jaw, causing an eruption of gas, shouts, and even cheers around us. I scramble to my feet right as the frantic crowd comes around me, cutting off my sight of everything and everyone. Through the ruckus, I hear Leander shouting, Hey, Ice, take it outside. Ignore them, everyone, look. Drinks are on me. With those 4 words, the wig erupts with hoots and hollers. The ring around me disperses as bloodhounds and onlookers rush towards the bar. Through the thinning crowd, I catch glimpses of familiar faces. Ice vanishes out the back, dragging the roughneck behind him. Crossing is near the door, searching, I suspect, for any wounded before he departs. Min draws their hood up tight as they slip out a side door, while Vera leans over the counter to swipe a glass of wine behind the bar. And Leander, seated at the opposite end of the bar, gestures dramatically and apologetically at the bartender. In the space of a heartbeat, I realize that there's no telling when or if I see any of them ever again. Whoever I pursue may be the last person I get to speak to tonight. I follow. No! No, 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 you can't do this to me right now. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, you know what? We're gonna go exactly in the order as I said it before. Right? I'm gonna go from my least fave to my fave. Besides Ice and Kuros, because they're both my faves. I want to make this clear. I'm not choosing. Okay, we're gonna start with Min. I saved, right? Yeah, okay, I did. Return. I can't let Min slip away so easily. They might be the most standoffish person I've met so far, but they're the only one who seems even close to neutral on the Cenobium. My gut tells me they know more about the tower than they're letting on. By the time I make it out of the bar, they're already halfway down the street. Drawing my claw close to ward off the chill, I hurry after them, but at this hour, the Amaryllis district is full of carousing people. My Min slips through the crowd with surprising agility, struggle to keep pace. The edge of their cloak flutters as they round the corner. Determined to at least try and catch up, I take the same turn into a dim side street. But Min is nowhere to be seen. Didn't you learn your lesson earlier? I nearly jump out of my skin, running to find Min right behind me. They don't even look ruffled. They fold their arms, pointedly staring at me. I thought nearly getting eaten would teach you that, but being out alone at night is dangerous. What about you? I'm not alone, am I? Okay, now let's save that. Well, now we really have to keep tabs because I have to save after route after route. Yeah, I have to redo everything anyways, but like for now I go with like each person and see what like goes, and then the second time I look at like all the options I didn't have. I might not do today because it's late. So I just try to do everyone once for now, and then next stream I do all the options I didn't really take, or I just go to the next path essentially, because I play it again anyways when I play the final game, so we will see. Just exploring right now every like path I can take, because you know how but with each identity that you take you get like other options. So I'm gonna be a little cheeky because that's how I am. I'm not alone, am I? It's a good thing I'm not alone then, isn't it? Min looks at me in blank confusion for a moment before realization dawns. You're always so persistent. I don't really know how to read them. They shift between aggressive and hesitant without warning, and I have no idea how to tell which way they'll swing. But I can't help feeling a little thrill when pink sweeps across their cheeks. I kind of have to be, it's how I stay alive. Min recovers their composure quickly, their mouth shifting into a frown. I glance away, eyes sweeping across the street. You've been lucky so far, but it won't last. Nobody in the city is trustworthy. Not even you? Especially not me. I've met clans that open up more willingly than Min, but even if they don't talk about themselves much, they must have opinions about... Ooh. There's a lot of options right now. I hate it here. Let's continue going in my order. How did you meet Vera? Min's face scrunches like they'd just bitten into a rotten lemon. That perverse flea bag jumped me during fogfall, so I stabbed him and left him in the gutter where he belongs. My heart thuds hard in my chest. The voice is icy with disgust. The night air feels warm by comparison. It's only a shame it didn't stick. I suppose I just have to keep trying. I swallow hard, a sour feeling twisting in my stomach. I take it your opinion hasn't changed. My voice comes out a little shakier than I would like. They glance at me and flicker of something guilt flashes across their expression before it's buried by irritation. He fucks with people for kicks. Every sentence out of his mouth is either crass innuendo or a conceited put down, and whatever he's done is bad enough that the Cenobium has him on a leash. There are monsters living on every other street. He's the only one who needs a muzzle before he's taken out for a walk. Belatedly, I close my mouth. Oh, I can ask for more. Okay. Then let's ask about... We go in my order, Leander. Leander seems fond of you. He's an idiot, an obnoxious blowhard who can't shut up to save his life. There is a harsh taken at face value, but it's complete odds with the flush creeping across the cheekbones. What's going on between you two? What's going on here? Is Leander one of the mistakes you made at the bar? There's some tea here. Is that all? They huff. It seems to physically pain him to speak again. It is acceptable work. He pays on time, which is more than I can say for most, and his bloodhounds look after Lowtown. If he was capable of being quiet for more than 10 seconds at a time, he'd be almost tolerable. The tone grows almost fond, but then their brows draw together as they glared at me. But I'm not one of his bloodhounds. If he told you otherwise, he was talking out of his ass as usual. There's work to offer, and sometimes I take it, that's all. The blush to ingest otherwise. What's going on here? I'm not adopt that, but Min seems distinctly to say more. Disinclined to say more. Okay. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Ice. You don't seem to like ice. I don't like anyone, but especially not the bloodthirsty gangster. The words tumble from their mouth before I can even finish my sentence. Did he do something to you? Beyond existing? No, but I'm not waiting around to get hurt first. Let's see speaking once with all those smiling red-eyed people as supposed to spawn saving graces that he hasn't forced anyone to drink from it yet. Monsters like him don't know or care about what they have. Not you being a bigot. It makes me sick. You being a bigot? He's racist. I mean they are racist. See how they the palest in the game, but they're already racist? You see that? I'm calling it right now. Their voices echoes down the empty street, startling at me. I blink, staring at them. You really don't like monsters, do you? Min fixes me with a flat gaze, the pale eyes like chips of ice. Every monster forced their way out of the shroud and into this world for some reason. I may not know Ice's reason, but to the vast majority of monsters, humans are food, playthings, or beneath notice. That may simply be their nature, but I don't have to like it. And I'm not going to risk my life in the hopes that any of them is different. A lot of humans fear or hate monsters, but there's something different about how Min talks about them. It sounds personal. If you're going to keep asking questions, ask about something else. Let's go with Kuros. You and Kuros seem to get along, though. Intense lines of Min's features soften. He's an exception. Few people are willing to help others, fewer than there's any risk involved, and of them Kuros is unique. I have a feeling that Min doesn't smile often, but the curve of the lips, however slight, is unmistakable. They catch themselves, their expression closing off with a near audible snap. He's not the worst, a decent doctor, even if he asks so many questions. But nothing is really free here. He didn't take any payment from me? He barely does. That just means he's paying down the debt elsewhere. Doors bang open at the end of the street. Light and laughter pour out from the bar, followed by a group of giggling people in white uniforms. Cenobium students, having a night out on the town. Min hesitates only for a moment before they start down the street in the same direction as the students. When I follow close on their heels, they grimace, speaking through gritted teeth. Why are you still following me? When I asked them about Vera, I noticed something odd, besides their vehement dislikes of him. Chorus X and Leon X-Men. It is a lot going on here. While Min didn't exactly sound enthusiastic about the Cenobium, they were the first to speak of it with anything besides open animosity. Ahead of us, the students plan into another bar. Min ducks into the alley next to it. If nobody in the city is trustworthy, what about the Cenobium? The line of their narrow shoulders abruptly tense, the lifted chin giving me a wary look. Who else must have warned you about the nature of the city's currency? Right, information and secrets. I fidget, uncertain. I don't trust men's unpredictable moods or all the things they clearly aren't saying. The eyes dip towards my hands, passing over the bandages like a razor, the pressure light but full of keen-edged possibility. I shiver hastily, shoving my hands into my pocket. They frown, but their gaze drifts away from me to the window of the bar next to us. It's opaque, either frosted glass or caked in dust, but some of the warm light diffuses out into the alley. The Zenobium is a place of learning. If someone has questions that can't be answered anywhere else, the Zenobium might have the solution. Or at least, that's how it was once upon a time. These days its doors are closed to outsiders. We noticed that one. He was really rude. That's about what I expected after how I was practically shoot off earlier. Just as I start to relax, they speak again. Whatever you're looking for. The cost may be higher than you're willing to pay. The sheer hypocrisy of their words ticks me off. What gives you the right to talk when you're doing the same exact thing as me? What question are you asking that only the Cenobium can answer? That's personal. There's something Min's looking for at the Cenobium. I suppose that makes two of us. If they're following groups of Cenobium students around, they must not be having much luck either. Everyone else seems to fear or hate the Cenobium, but you don't. They flinch, spurred onward by curiosity, and by lingering annoyance I press forward. You must know something about them, something you haven't told Leander or Chorus. But they're not letting you in, which means you're one of the outsiders. Oh. In that space between one breath and the next, Ben closes the distance between us. Slender fingers grip the front of my shirt and they slam me against the wall with stalking strength. The force of the movement knocks their hood back, messy hair fluttering around their face. I'm standing on tiptoe. Min lifted me nearly clearly off the ground with a single hand. The realization sends an electric tingle down my spine, but before I can begin to wonder what that's about, Min nods in my face. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. The angry twist of their mouth draws my eyes down to the beauty spot at the corner of the lip. I can't seem to stop staring at it. It's incongruously delicate compared to the fire in their gaze, the steel bone strength in their grip, but then so is the rest of them. Oops. Neither do you. We're practical strangers, so why are you acting like you know anything about me? The line of questioning isn't exactly subtle, and it's not hard to guess that this has something to do with your hands. You think you can use me to get into the Zenobium? Don't be naive. I don't get angry easily. I can afford to when a moment of carelessness could be fatal, but when they mentioned my hands, my temper flares short. Who says I'm the one who needs you? Realization strikes me like a thunderclap. You're not getting anywhere by yourself either, are you? But you can't make yourself ask for help. You're stuck and it's your own fault. I raise myself, expecting Min to snap at me again. Instead, their gaze drops, eyes falling away from my face. Their brow furrows in frustration, but the twist of their mouth is miserable. Their voice trembles almost imperceptibly when they speak. I know. The city only cares about what you can give or what it can take from you. Information, power, connections. If you're an outsider here, nobody will help you. Nobody will even try. You don't belong anywhere. The heart thuds in my chest for an entirely different reason now. It seems suddenly very small. Alone, like me. Min. Min jerks backwards, releasing me so abruptly that I nearly stumble. Maybe they realized how close we were. Maybe they said too much. I want to know more. I know I shouldn't ask, but... Determined not to let this go, I press forward. Min takes another step back, but this time they're the one with their back against the wall. Look, we both want something from the Cenobium, right? But neither of us are going to get anywhere on our own. We could help each other. It's worth a shot, don't you think? Min sighs. They sound annoyed, but any real hostility seems to have gone out of them. You've made it this far already. I grant you that. But if you're looking for help, you should look elsewhere. If you stay too close to me, you'll get hurt. Oh, it's one of those. It's one of those. Before I can think of what to say, the tavern's doors bang open again. The Cenobium students spill back out, considerably drunker. Their ranks seem to have swelled with other barflies. The group floats back into town, towards that grey tower rising moonward. As I'm distracted by the commotion, Min steps away from me, drawing their hood up. I catch their eyes for just a moment, and they're gone, vanishing into the crowd. Are you fucking serious right now? Are you fucking serious right now? Can I save? So this is how you will be able to choose your route. So that option doesn't choose your route. You just like get more information essentially. This is how you will be able to choose your route. So as I said, when I play the game, I'm gonna do Min, and then I'm gonna do Vera, and then I'm gonna do Leander, and then I'm gonna do Eeny, Meeny, Miny. Catch a tiger by the tail. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. We're gonna do Ice, and then we're gonna do. I am determined. They're both my husband. I'm sorry. They're both husband number one. They have to share. I'm sorry. And then Leander can be number two. And then Vera can be number three. And then Min, because they're non-binary, they can be partner number four. It's gonna be what it have to be. I'm sorry. I'm not choosing. Okay. I'm gonna do the same order that I'm doing when I play the actual game. So we're gonna do Min. Min, the cursed outsider. Despite their cold nature and familiarity with violence, Min is just as desperate as you to get into the Xenobium. You may be able to help each other, but they're keeping as many secrets as you. They claim they're dangerous, but could they be your only chance at getting into the Xenobium? Let's look at the others. Vera? Vera, the chained charlatan. Vera serves as a warning of the dangers posed by the Xenobium. As cunning as he is curious, Vera finds you fascinating and insists that he can help you, but trusting him means entrusting your life to a colored beast with a lethal reputation. Can Vera protect you, or are his honey-eyed words a trap waiting to snap shut? Leander, the heroic mage. Leander offers you something that should be impossible, a taste of normalcy free of your curse. As the first person to withstand your touch, he could change your life, but some things are simply too good to be true. Leander promises to help unravel your curse, but at what cost? Ice, the demon renegade, an intimidating yet laid-back outsider. Ice presides over a sea spring of unnerving powers. He offers you a miracle. The prize means submitting yourself to the horrifying presence at the heart of the spring. Will you gaze into the abyss for answers, even at the risk of losing yourself? And then we have Chorus. Chorus, the repentant angel. From all appearances, Chorus is a principled doctor of extraordinary skill, but you know little about the man beneath, the professional mask. And Chorus keeps even his friends at a cool distance. If you uncover his deepest secrets, will you like what you find? Look, I find this too. Okay, so as I said, I'm gonna take exactly the order as in the main game. So we're gonna start with Min. Thank you for oh, fuck you for doing that to me. I was ready. I was ready to choose. That's it, guys. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna see about the others, what they have to say. Yeah, Kuro's got something going on. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we're gonna do the rest to see what is up. And let's go to the CG gallery actually. Ooh, okay, so that's the guy we saw. And then we have Kuro's over here looking like a 10-course meal. Then we have Leander looking like another 10-course meal. Then we have Vera also looking like a fine snack. Then we also have Ice looking. It's giving everything it needs to give. And then we have Min looking very like bloodthirsty. It's giving very pale vampiric beauty. And then we have all of the meals together. And I'm gonna leave you with that until I am back, and we're gonna explore what the others have to say about each other in my order. And yeah, that's it then, I guess. And then next stream I do the other two paths, because then I have all night long to test it all. Oh, and I'm back. Ah. Okay. Yeah, so we know there's gonna be like 15 plus endings, so we can assume at least if it's typical Otomi fashion, it's gonna be like happy ending, and then bad ending, and maybe normal ending. So that's 3 endings each. That makes 15. But there's also, I don't know what else. I think there will be like a special ending or something like that. Yeah. Before we continue, I want to look at the Kickstarter again. I want to see how far it is. If you want this at a sale, you have to back within the next 24 hours. So it's already been some hours, so you kind of have to check. I have to do it before I go to bed because I won't be home until like 18 something. And so I can't do it before, so I have to definitely do it before that because it will already pass the sale by the time I'm back. So if you want to get this at a sale, you have to do the early bird version, which is like, you know, the next 24 hours. Let's see. How far is the... How far is it? Is there any update? Stretch goal unlocked. Oh shit! Okay, so we get charm point system scenes. So based on how many points charm points you have, you get like scenes with a certain character. So that's going to be interesting. Then also, no, that's the next goal. We unlocked fully illustrated chapters. So a unique illustration for every chapter. So that's cool. Yeah, if this continues, we're gonna reach the final tier, which I really want, because then we get a fully animated intro. If you go on the Kickstarter, there's already like an opening, like a trailer thing, and it's pretty well animated. Why is this not connecting? I literally have Wi-Fi. What are you talking about? I think Discord is bugging or something. Yeah, Discord must definitely be bugging. It's still streaming, so it's not the internet. I think it's Discord. Yeah, it's definitely Discord. I wanted to check about the tiers, because I have them on Discord. Oh, can I go to... Wait, can I go to Kickstarter via Twitter? Because I want to see about the tiers. My nose, cheesh. There we go, Rex Spring Studios. A dark romance novel. Only essential. Let's see. Okay, so we are at 129,530 euros. 2,410 backers, so that's almost all followers and some more. 145. Where are the rest of the goals? I want to see. So, oh yeah, okay, we're almost halfway through the goals. So I hope that continues. So we're already getting voice acting in it. We're getting merge upgrade. We're getting fully illustrated chapters. And then the charm point system will easily be freed up. I don't know about the rest. I really want the rest of it. I tell you about the other tiers. So there's the 145k tier, which I talked about, the charm point system scene, new romance scene system. Then there's the 155k tier, which is unlockable bonus scenes, unlock new scenes between love interests. Then there's 170k original soundtrack. Original music includes love interest themes, so each of them will have their own theme. Then 180k tier is UI artist, so new custom UI. You go to bed, Seth. I won't be doing long anymore. Yeah, I'm seeing. And then there's the loved interest one-shots. So that's DLC one-shot stories. And then there's new characters unlocked. Then there's a new character unlocked at the 230k tier, which is Sen. So that's the one female route. And then there's the 245k tier, which is 5 special illustrations for each love interest. And then there's 255k animated illustrations. 1 fully animated illustration for each love interest, so I hope that really happens. And there's 270k new character unlocked, Alien, which is another guy. And then there's 370k budget. We get an animated intro, full-length animated opening sequence for Touchstarved. So I hope we get to that final tier. It looks good so far that we get there. And then there's a bunch of other stuff. You can get that merch and whatever the fuck. I need to decide that tonight. I can always change it a little. I hope you had fun, Seth. A little. We're gonna do more tomorrow. Sleep well. I'm gonna start a little sooner this time because like there's a lot just to go through, it seems. Because like I gotta do it all again with like 2 different roads and it took like 3 hours, so gotta start early. I don't even know if we would get through with it next stream. That's crazy. Okay, let's see. Ooh, what do we have here? Okay. So I just want to do the last one. We can choose who to go after. So, we went with Min last time. Why is it yellow? Okay, I thought something happened. Is it saving? Okay, no. Okay, so next I'm going to go with Vera. Of all the people I've met, only one left me with more questions than answers. Vera knows more than he's letting on, I'm certain of it, and if he's feeling as playful as he was earlier, I might be able to get information out of him. Still lingering doubt looms heavy over my decision. Can I really trust someone who lies so readily? Returning to the bar is slow work with the heavy crowd vying for drinks. When I find Vera, he's leaning against the counter with the elbow propped on the edge and the wine glass raised to his lips. Not for the first time, I catch myself staring, and judging by the looks I see thrown his way, I'm not the only one, yet there's a clear ring around Vera no one else seems bold enough to cross. One ear perks at the sound of my approach, but Vera doesn't so much as look my way even when I slide into the seat beside him. I didn't think you plan on sticking around. A free drink's a free drink, even if it tastes like rat piss. Didn't you say you wouldn't be caught dead slumming in this shithole? Vera takes a delicate sip from his glass, but his tail trashes below the bar. You've caught me red-handed. He peers at me over the rim of the glass. In the low light, his eyes glitter, jewel bright with amusement. However will you punish me? I figure my company is punishment enough for you. Vera's lips twitch and he smiles despite himself. He is so flirty. I can't. So you survived the night. Are you here for praise or will a hat pet do? I feel a muscle in my jaw flex at the cruel twist to her smile. His arrogance has made a full recovery, meaning only one thing. Vera has sobered up. So much for my plan. About that, turns out you were right. I did run into trouble. Now I can't decide if you're an oracle, an actual threat, or just completely full of shit. Vera scoffs. Most women would buy me a drink before insulting me. After the way you jerked me around, if anyone's owed a drink, it's me. Vera felt so uncharacteristically quiet that for a moment I feel that I've actually crossed the line. Then he props his chin on his wrist. I don't think you understand how things work. Your information is a luxury, one you flung carelessly aside. I'm not following. If you valued my word, you would have taken them seriously. I gave you free advice, warned you of the danger you were in, and still you went prancing off to the sea spring. Ah. Small wonder that Solus didn't tear you to ribbons. My first impulse is to argue, but what he said doesn't sit well with me. How does he know what happened to me? Say... How do you know I left? How do you know I left Iridia? I have a very sensitive nose, remember? Right, how could I forget? Do you normally greet people by shoving your nose into their laps, like an overeager Labrador? For a heartbeat, Vera's eyes grow wide and flat. Then he laughs under his breath. Only the ones I like. Vera trades his empty wine glass for a long abandoned tumbler sweating beside him. Soft clumps of ice bob in the watery dregs of whiskey. But the truth is I despise most people. His eyes flicker over my shoulder and thin as Leander's boisterous laughter erupts from the other side of the bar. What about me, now that we've started off on the right foot? He turns angling so he can look me over, his gaze agonizingly slow as it glides over me. Finally his lips quirk. I haven't made up my mind about you yet. It's a start, or should I think, until his eyes slide away and he turns back towards the bar. It's not Vera's attitude that bothers me, no, I expected that out of him. It's the fact that I've got no idea how I'm supposed to hold a conversation, much less get answers when he's being so testy, and his phone is infectious. Did I do something to piss you off? He lets out a short breath. No. Another lie. I'm close enough to catch the soft bristling of his tail. I'm just disappointed. People like us can't help but attract danger, yet you seek it out and for what? Cheap thrills? I wasn't trying to get eaten by Solus. There's something I'm looking for. And you think Min can help you? Leander. Are you really willing to risk your life with those dipshits? What life? You've got no idea what I've gone. You have no idea what I've been through. But I'm not a victim. I go from it and I learn. I'm reminded of Tyra Banks. What life? You've got no idea what I've gone through. Or forget it. Start to rise, but Vera touches my shoulder. It's little more than a brush, but enough to give me a pause. His eyes search mine, softer somehow than before. They couldn't even begin to understand you, but I could. I could help you if only you'd listen. How do I know I can trust you? You don't, but I'm slightly less inclined to waste your time with empty flattery on suits than these two. Is what you desire really worth risking your life for? If you knew this kind of life I've lived, you wouldn't be asking. Vera considers the condensation spreading from his glass for a long moment before speaking again. Will you trust me? Ooh. Ooh. Yes. I nod and he rewards me with a small smile. Good. Vera raises a tumbler to me, then snaps back the dregs. Once he's finished, he wipes his mouth on the back of his hand. Let's talk outside. If I have to smell Leander's skunky aftershave for much longer, I'll hurl. With that, he slips away from the bar, leaving me to follow the path of his long, trailing tail through the crowd. It's so cold outside, the breeze cuts clean through my bandages, freezing my fingers, but if the chill bothers Vera, he doesn't show it. 'Cause a hole never gets cold. He loafs purposefully down the street into an alley, this far from the Wig. The bar's racket is little more than an indistinct hum. The streets, as dead as the Amaryllis district, was crowded. A vague sense of unease fills over me. If had questions, ask. Nurse breath mists in the dark and a cold moonlight. His shadow stretches unnaturally long over the cobblestone street. Quickly, I've got a show to attend. Heavenly looters, as I'm sure I've mentioned. He looks down his nose at me, effortlessly imperious, with one hand set on his hip, and for a breath I'm reminded of the stark want that gleamed in his eyes when he touched me. If he weren't so pretty, I'd walk away. But I need answers, and I can't think of a better way than starting with the people I met earlier. If Vera doesn't prove trustworthy, maybe one of them will. First I ask about... Okay, so here we got the options again. Let me save that right here. So we're gonna ask an order again. I've got to admit, I was surprised to see that you and Min know each other. Are you friends? Oh yes, we laugh and go shopping and have sleepovers where we braid each other's hair and kiss with a little tongue. Oh yes, meet the shiesty fox in a seedy dark alley behind a bar to talk. Well, obviously. We said we trust him, so... I'm beginning to wonder if Vera's ever had friends. Let me guess you don't like them. Can't stand them. The first time we met, they stabbed me. Still cold, hot steel between my ribs. Nearly nicked my heart. It was exquisite. Knife, I mean. Some sort of antique. Min's done nothing but disappoint me ever since. So you're not close. Can you imagine me being friends with that crabby little killjoy? Impossible. Not unless they learn to lighten up. And I'm afraid not even a surgeon as practiced as Kuras could remove the stick wedged firmly up Min's pert ass. Okay, next we ask about Leander. What do you think about Leander? I don't usually crit answers for Vera. Don't buy it, so you're not very fond of him. I wouldn't spit on Leander if he were on fire. Vera shudders. Oh no, he'd enjoy that far too. Ooh, I knew it. Leander's into some shit. I know he'd enjoy that far too much. To call Leander trash would be an insult to me. Oh, that means he must be really kinky if even Vera says he's kind of trash. To manure. He's a pathetic, slimy little man, shot in big shiny shoes. I've seen much rotting and gutters with more dignity. I have to remember to close my mouth. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe. If you ought to let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I want to ask you about... I regret speaking as soon as I start. Vera's mentioned Kuras before, though not by name. His reaction last time was nasty, but I can't back down now. Not with Vera eyeing me suspiciously. About... the Dr. Kuras. I tense ready for a blowback, but Vera only flicks his hands dismissively. Bit of a bore if you ask me, but he's popular enough. You know, on account of his massive heart. He winks as though the stress he placed on heart wasn't already suggestive. There's always a line wrapped around the block for his services. People can't seem to get enough of his special medicine, probably because he doesn't charge anything. Vera's triggers an impatient twitch. Or they're eager for a little mouth-to-mouth with their pelvic examinations, if you get what I mean. I get it. When I grimace, Vera grins wolfishly at me. There's clearly no point in asking anything else about Kuras. Before I can ask my next question, Vera gives a frustrated growl. Don't you dare ask me about another soul. I haven't got all night for idle gossip, but I wasn't finished asking. Get 2 more questions to make them count. So much for being helpful, but I suppose that's just how information works in this exhausting city. No more time for idle chatter. I get straight to the point. Leander told me that the Zenobian prison... Oh, so see, you have to pay attention? Who you ask about what? Because see, I can't ask about ice anymore. Leander told me that the Zenobians imprisons people. Did he mean you? Leander's a moaning fool with a throbbing victim complex. He loves to see himself as a savior, but the only difference between his cronies and the Zenobian stooges are their uniforms. Yeah, you know it's bad when Vera's calling someone a whore. Like, I want to see what Leander's up to. I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what surprises me more, the bluntness with which Vera spoke or the venom lacing his ordinary silken voice. You're asking who when you should be asking why. Says the asshole counting my questions. The look he throws me is infuriatingly self-satisfied. Fine, why were you in prison? For the same reason they disappear. You given half the chance I'm something special. Vera bows his head, gathering his hair in his hand, lifting it from his shoulders to bear the plain leather collar adorning his neck. See this collar? He cranes his neck, inviting me to lean closer. Looks unremarkable, doesn't it? I'd assumed that Vera's collar was a personal touch. On closer glance, the thick, supple leather is molded to fit his neck snugly. But the large silver buckle seems easy enough to pry open. I reach forward to touch the buckle, but Vera's hand lashes out. Long, slender fingers wrap around my wrist, exerting just enough pressure to hint at how easily he could snap my bones. Don't you know better than to touch without asking? He tuts like a scolding teacher, but an impish smile grazes his lips. Okay. I want to be feisty. You didn't ask me first, so why should I? Our eyes meet and he grins, because I said so. It's not very fair. Fuck fairness, life's not fair. His voice lowers to a pleased rumble. Patience, Shandy. I tell you when and how you can touch me. Behave or I'll make you... Ooh. Behave or I'll make you bleed. Okay, this is going places. He says it with a smile so sweet it hurts. Is that a threat or a promise? Eric doesn't answer me, but he lets go of my arm. I slowed down my bandages more to get a grip than anything else. I can't lose my composure again. By now I'd fully expect Vera to begin walking away, but the fact that he's still here suggests that he either forgot about his warning, or he was never counting my questions to begin with. Are you saying that's what'll happen if the Cinnamon finds out I'm different? I'll be collared. Doubtful they keep me around because I'm the best at what I do. And what exactly do you do so well? Killing. He says it carelessly without hesitation. As long as I wear this collar, I'm made to hunt this enormous, dizzying array of enemies. Monsters, soulless, noisy dissidents who grow overbold. I'm bound by their will until the day I die. That's awful. Vera murmurs in agreement. It is, isn't it? And that's all you're getting from me. I really must leave now. I'll be late. That's it? Why'd you bring me here if you weren't going to explain anything? He has the nerve to laugh. Isn't that obvious? I wanted to lure you out here alone so I could eat you. You're lying again. And you're asking far too many questions for someone hiding so much. He sneers and reflexively I shove my hands deep into my cloak. What makes you think I'm hiding anything? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's a tough act or the way you tense up at the slightest provocation. More likely it's the bandages. Not exactly subtle, I'll be going unless you're willing to share some morsels with me. It's a biting edge to his playful tone. I can't tell you anything. Wrong. You can't start with what you are. I stick backward, but my back hits the wall as Vera follows me in lockstep. I turn only to find his left hand resting on the wall. We're getting carbodoned. Hand resting on the wall beside my head, caging me in. Vera reaches for me, his fingers curl around my chin and lift, forcing me to meet his lidded gaze. Would you believe me if I said that the eyes are the windows to the soul? My eyelid twitches. Cliché, I know, but let me tell you a little secret. Vera leans in until his lashes tickle my cheek, and the warm, faintly spiced scent of his hair drowns out the stench of greasy cooking fires and chimney smoke. There's nothing you can hide from me. Oh shit. Oh shit. His voice is so low, so supple, I could slip into it. You poor thing, misled by those you trusted most. You caused so much suffering unknowingly. Know that pain, I can help you forget it all. Swallowed thickly, how could he possibly know? This must be some kind of trick. But for once, Vera isn't smiling. All that suffering has made your soul so irresistible. His piercing eyes pin me to the spot. The look on his face makes my blood run cold. I've seen it before. Traveling through the wastes, the lantern would occasionally reveal carcasses picked clean by starving scavengers whose eyes shone in the dark with the same ravenous hunger. Vera takes a shuddering breath. You're trembling. What if you and I went somewhere quieter, alone? Ooh. Ooh. This doesn't look too good. This doesn't look too good. Ooh. Okay, let's do the stupid decision first. I'm sick of running, of hurting, of suffering. Surrendering completely is the easiest thing I've ever done. Before I can finish, Vera hushes me. The gloved thumb runs across my lips, bringing the taste of leather when it dips into my mouth. He bends closer and closer. Through the gauzy veil of his hair, I see shadows spread and whirl of smoke, eddies of darkness peeling off the walls and blooming into the blood out of the moon. Sensation flees with the light, leaving me numb to everything except the sudden pressure of a hand tightening around my throat. Something snaps and the bitter tang of copper floods my mouth. Vera's lips crush mine as he swallows the reedy thready of my final breath. This time death comes swiftly and permanently. The end. Ooh, I knew that was gonna happen. Yep. My back hits the wall as Vera follows me in the lockstep. I turn only to find his left hand resting on the wall. Okay, it's doing it again because I had a bad ending. Okay, we're gonna do that again, then we get the choice again. Oh, there's a skip button. Okay, this time we resist him. But I'm not about to give up now. You're late! That Lutus. Vera blinks, his voice comes out soft and breathy. Shame. He eases back and forward. It feels like the first time since he cornered me. I breathe, but my relief is short-lived. Nimble fingers stray down my jaw before closing around my throat. The touch is feather-light and teasing, but my pulse still leaps. Vera's lips twitch into a smile, his wide-winged pupils stinging with amusement. You're fun, Shandy, even if you frequently forget your place. But if you ever call me a dog again, I'll break you, understood? When I narrow my eyes at him, he smiles wide enough to flash his sharp, white fangs, as much a warning as a smirk. As soon as Vera releases me, I sink against the alley wall to catch my breath. He looks down on me, his expression distinctly smug. Let's get one thing straight. I ate a monster 3 times your size for breakfast. 2, actually. The first tasted dreadful, like a fisherman's old ashtray, but that's besides the point. You and I may be alike, but don't ever forget what I am, and what I do best. He flashed me a dazzling smile. Shandy? Anyone seen Shandy? Leander's voice echoes from the direction of the wig. I whip around. I nearly call back before remembering Vera's apparent distaste for Leander. I glance back at Vera. Of course you love Vera. I know his root is gonna be like the most dangerous because the moment you tick him off, he's gonna like rip you to shreds. Only he's gone, vanished into the dark. I'm left in a deserted alley, trembling with a delirious mixture of exhaustion and excitement. Fuck. I let out a long shock exhale that condenses in the freezing air. Only once my racing heartbeat slows do I make my way back towards the wig, gathered by the distant sound of Leander's voice. And then you can, of course, make your pick again, right? And then you can do your pick. And then it says, thank you for playing. For more Touchstarved with Red Spring Studios, follow Red Spring Studios on Twitter and Instagram. Okay. So we're gonna load for a minute. Because I want to see what he says about eyes. So we gotta kind of go back. Okay, sometimes it lags a little. So I just want to see what he says about eyes. Oop. I'd like to know more about eyes. You two seem close. You made an impression, Not surprising. He's strong, ruthless, easy on the eyes. Gives it almost as well as he takes it, even if he's awfully greedy. They slept together. Oh, the tea is hot. The tea is hot. Unless it's about beating up. Big everywhere. He know. It's about what I thought of it. Ooh, I need to know more. A bit simple, but you know what they say about still waters. I don't, but I'm too distracted by the change that's come over Vera to ask. The coy smile plays at his lips as he winds a finger around the chain dangling from his collar. I thought you didn't like most people. Ice isn't most people. He's better. Our eyes beat and Vera's tender expression curls. He makes a tiny sound of disgust in the back of his throat. He's more trouble than he's worth. Someone is tsundere. Dangerous too. Stay far away from him and those red-eyed freaks if you value your safety or your sanity. Is that why you scolded me for going to the sea spring? I really don't think Ice is as bad as you're saying. You don't know him, not like I do. Someone's being a little territorial. The corner of his lips twitches. Okay, I think even if you ask about Chorus, he's gonna maybe end it immediately. It's gonna end it immediately? No, you can ask. Okay, what happens if I do that? I'm not talking about the people I've met, and good thing too. The longer I talk, the further Vera's attention strays. He keeps casting furtive glances down the street. He's speaking at distant sounds and what I can only interpret as growing impatient. I wanted to ask you about something else. I know 2 more questions after that we're done. You haven't explained anything at all. We're triggers and into change. Just make your last question count. Okay, then just the usual happens. Okay, I know. Okay. Let's do the others then. Okay, so we had Vera. So next we do Leander. For the second time today, I find myself squeezing through the crowd to reach Leander. As soon as he sees me, his easy smile fades. Are you alright, Shandy? I'm not used to someone looking at me with such earnest concern. I'm with the first today. From the sounds of it, you've had quite the day. How are you holding up? Could be better. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm still alive. That counts for something, right? Iridia is not an easy place to live in, but you get used to it eventually. Let's hope so. Leander signals for the bartender. I'm parched. Do you want anything? I'm good. Just water, please. Make that too. Once he's ordered, Leander turns back to me. Did you at least get to try any good food? I had these fried dough sticks from a vendor near here. As soon as I begin describing my meat, his eyes brighten with recognition. The long lads from Wren's stall. You've got to try them with porridge. I love porridge. There's another stall about a block away with these rosewater rice flour cakes. Take one bite and you think you've been transported to some high-town patisserie. Then bam! You open your eyes and it's the same trash-lined street as always. When he laughs, his hair falls over his eyes. He is so charming! He shakes his head and pushes it back. I'll show you sometime if you've decided to stick around Lowtown, that is. The Iridia Leander describes is far different from the one I've experienced, but if you live anywhere long enough, I suppose it becomes home. It seems like I'll be here for a while, maybe I'd take you up on that. The bartender returns with a pair of glasses and pushes them our way. Cheers. Leander clinks his glass against mine. The ice cold water goes down easy. It was surprising finding out that you all know each other. I didn't think Iridia would be so small. Do you know how many times I've tried getting them all in one place? It's impossible, like trying to hurt a bunch of soulless. It's too good. I bet there's something up with him. Like, he's too charming. I take it you know them well? Depends. Was there anyone you're curious about in particular? Okay, so now we can ask him. I'm gonna save that. Okay, starting with Min. Min's interesting, not very forthcoming though. Ah, Min, my favorite grouchy freelancer. What's your impression of them? They seem lonely, they're pretty irritable. They're pretty irritable. They're a testy one. You've got that right. Sometimes even paying Min for work can be a struggle. Min works for you? Contract only. Min refuses to join the Bloodhounds, but they take jobs from me often enough to qualify. Just don't ever call him a blondehead, okay? I get an earful. Vera? What do you know about Vera? Leander shakes his head slowly, his expression grave. Vera, a living example of the Cenobium's cruelty. Most days they keep him on a short leash. I'm surprised you ran into him. So tell me, what do you make of him? I want to know more. He's rude. Ay. I want to know more. I want to know more about him. Wouldn't we all? He's mysterious, and not just because the Cenobium keeps him locked up. The way they treat him, it's just not right. Do you know why he's a prisoner? Nobody knows. He's been in prison for as long as anyone remembers. Whatever he did must have been awful considering the punishment. He's charming, but like any monster, he's dangerous. If you ever see him out hunting, you know what I mean. Leander switches his glass, choosing his next words carefully. Don't fall for his looks. He'll rip your throat out. He'll rip your throat out for fun. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the thumb. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Do you and Koras work together? Occasionally. The mysterious, competent doctor catch your eye. He seems like a good person. He came across as cold. He seems like a good person. Seems like a good person, but it's hard to believe anyone's a good person these days. It's Koras. He works hard to serve the people of Lowtown. He's a miracle worker, even if his bedside manner could use some work. Do you think you might be able to cure my curse? He starts to speak, but pauses to consider me for a moment first. Koras is good, but he's only a doctor. Besides, unless you're actively dying, you make you wait in line all day like everyone else. That's true. That's true. He ripped our throat out, alright, and then just tasted our last breath. Ice. So you're friends with Ice? I've been for a while, but he's rarely in town. Where'd you run into him? This year spring. Leander chokes on his drink. He cuffs violently into his fist before giving me a surprised look. You went all the way out there? How'd he treat you? He was intimidating. I'm not gonna admit that he was upfront. He was honest. He told me about how the Sea Spring's power comes with a heavy price. Losing your mind, becoming one of his funny, brainless pets. He sighs, pausing before he speaks again. Does that sound worth it to you, Shani? The only pets he has are soulless. Yeah, I know, I didn't mean it like that. Ice has my respect and takes care of his own. For a moment, Leander stares deep into the bottom of his glass. When he looks up again, the circle around his eyes seem even deeper than usual. All those red-eyed minions creep me out. Can we talk about someone else? That about covers it. Aren't you tired of standing? Let's find you somewhere to sit. Leander pushes away from the bar, beckoning me to follow him. He leads me to a small booth hidden in a nook of the bar. A pair of bloodhounds notice him and immediately leap to their feet, offering their seats to us. As I slide into the booth, a web of graffiti scratched into the booth's tabletop catches my eye. The deepest grooves from the outline of the dog from Leander's posters. Dozens of roughly etched names surround the drawings, some fresh, some well-worn. What is all this? It's a tradition. Whenever someone joins the Bloodhounds, they have a drink with us, and then they carve in their initials. The barkeeper must love that. After the first year, she finally stopped charging me extra for damages. 2 years and countless drinks later, she added her own name. You're not planning on recruiting me, are you? He quickly shakes his head. Not yet. You need time to think about your own path. Do you know what you're going to try next? The Christian gives me pause and take my hands out from under my cloak and rest them on the table. Do you think you can help me? Of course, we can find our answers together. Leander starts to reach for me as though meaning to take my hand before stopping himself. His eyes flicker to mine. I won't fail you, Shandy. And if you ever need a taste of normalcy, I'll always be here for you. Oh, that little flirt, that little flirt. Something about him. I know something's going to happen. My chest tightens at the memory of touching him. Even now? Leander swallows. The table groans under his elbows as he leans forward. The booth is so narrow that he completely blocks my view of the bar counter. It's almost as though Leander and I are completely alone. If that's what you want, how did it make you feel? It was warm, exciting. I don't know how to describe it. Where's this going? Leander rests his right hand on the table. He looks at me smiling when I place my hand in his. Wow, this is going like fast. Suddenly he begins unwinding the bandages, stopping every so often to glance at me. As my skin becomes visible, I cast a nervous glance around the bar, but as far as I can see, no one is paying us any attention. Leander squeezes my hand gently. No one will notice. He pulls back, raising his hand to his mouth so he can tuck his glove up with his teeth. The muscles in his forearm tighten as he flexes his fingers. Sir, what are you doing? This is the most kinkiest hand holding I've ever heard. My eyes meet at Leander offers his hand again. There you go, hand holding on demand. A lump forms in my throat. I certainly Leander sees it in my face, the flicker of desperation. His voice lowers to a whisper. Anything you want, Shandy. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Ooh, this is red. Touch his face. Touch his hand. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. One of those is a deadly one, I know it. So, I gonna try and do the quote unquote bad option. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. I don't know what he's up to though. I blurt out the first request that comes to my mind. Can I touch your face? Oh, sure. I lean over the table, hesitating before I reach for his face. My fingers graze his jolly on the left softly. It tickles, it's fine, you can just. He takes my wrist, angling my hand so he can press his cheek into my palm. What's going on? Warm spits under my fingertips. A surprised breath escapes me. Gently, I run my thumb down the ridge of the scar on his cheek, and he shudders, his earring jingling against my knuckles. You're getting awfully bold. I've never touched someone like this before, and even though it makes my head spin, it's already not enough. I want to be even closer. My heart hammers filling my ears with a pulse that grows unbearably loud until I pull my hand back. Now I feel like I'm reading adult fan fiction. Are you alright? I can barely hear his words over my pounding heart, but I manage to nod. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry, I think I'm just getting a little dizzy. He gives me a gentle smile, eyes crinkling at the edges. You've had a long day. You deserve some rest. Lucky your room is just upstairs. Want me to walk you back? I shake my head and begin wrapping my hand back up. With each deep breath, my head feels more clear. I'm fine, but thanks for, well, everything. Remember what I told you. If you ever need a break from the chaos of the city, I'll be here for you. And arrives, Leander gives me one last smile. Good night, Shandy. Night. I trudge up the stairs, but even as I leave, Leander behind the warmth of his skin still lingers on mine, burning through the bandages. Jesus Christ, it's too much. Like, damn. He is too much. Now hold on, I gotta see the other option. Touch his hand. I reach out along the tips of my fingers to glide along the lines of his palm. He shows with a nervous laugh. It seems like he has like a kink thingy with his like hands. That tickles. Emboldened, I twine our fingers together and give an experimental squeeze. His hand is soft somehow. I expected it to be more rough. Leander looks from our hands to me and smiles. Nice, isn't it? Yeah. I've done this once already, but it still makes me lighthearted. I'm not sure if I'll ever get used to this. And yet I want to be even closer. My heart hammers filling my ears with pulls that grows unbearably loud until I pull my hand back. Okay, we had this. Yeah. Yeah. The music is beautiful. That is probably the quote-unquote romantic music. The game is meant for adults, so that could be the case that there's going to be I think there will be some very like kinky endings because it is intended for adults. You already have like the rips spilling out, which is funny because in Germany it's rated 16 and up, which makes sense because in Germany we are a little less restrictive. I rush up the stairs, but even as I leave Leander behind, the warmth of his skin still lingers on mine, burning without the bandages. Okay. Thank you for playing. Okay, we have 2 more, and then that's it for tonight. So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe. If he hurt us, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Of course. Hot on Course's heels, I squeeze my way out of the bar. Of everyone I've met, he seems the most likely to help me, and the least likely to murder me on a whim. Earlier this morning, he said I could go to the clinic for help whenever I needed it. Time to see if that promise was actually worth anything. I breathe a sigh of relief once I'm free of the crowded bar. Cora seeing me turns my way. Oh god, he's so beautiful. Shandy, you seem upset. I take it the Amaryllis district is not to your liking. Nothing else, it's widely different from the secluded temple where I spent most of my days. That's not why I stepped out. You're not in need of treatment after that fall, are you? Stiffly starched hat. Another Cenobbium's cleric. I hastily step back, making myself as inconspicuous as possible. Can I help you? Nervous onlookers hastily part around Chorus and the cleric, the two from an island of white in a sea of teeming color. Sexy serial killer dog. Enough, you know why I'm here. And I hope you find this edifying. Chorus reaches into his coat and produces 3 tiny glass vials bound together with a thick leather cord. A silvery powder shimmers inside. He gently flicks the glass, watching the contents swirl, and extends the vials to the cleric. This is it? They look extremely unimpressed. Appearances can be deceiving. He throws me a glance, a swift smile, and I'm too surprised to respond. Chorus was the first to warn me about the Cenobbium. Nobody had anything good to say about them. And yet here he is openly dealing with them in the Amaryllis district. I glanced between Chorus and the cleric, who seemed to notice me for the very first time. Good night. They bow to Chorus, offer me an extremely perfunctory nod, and disappear into the seething crowd. Shandy, something amiss. Isn't that dangerous? Confrontation is hardly dangerous. You know what I mean. You're the one who warned me about the Cenobbium. Shh, be calm. He holds one finger to his lips, which suddenly curl in a cat-like smile. Well now, please join me on a short stroll. Cora's golden eyes twinkle in the low light. He beckons me away from the main thoroughfare, down a side street filled with vendors hawking late-night snacks. What? Wait! Now powerfully curious in spite of myself, I hurry after Chorus. Each of his long graceful strides is easily 2 of mine. I catch a glimpse of his gleaming white coat disappearing around the corner of the street. The moment I catch up, the delicious scent of freshly baked goods flood my nose. My stomach gives a loud rumble. 1 honey pistachio cookie, please. Coming right up. Without breaking his swift pace, Chorus plucks the sticky confection out of the merchant's hand and offers it to me. The heavenly smell makes my stomach rumble once more. Take a bite without hesitation. Kuros watches me with a dogged smile, and I notice he hasn't gotten anything for himself. You're not hungry? You need to not concern yourself with me, He stops mid-sentence, his eyes darting back the way he became. The hairs stick up on the back of my neck. I turn just enough to peek over my shoulder, hoping I don't look too suspicious. Sure enough, it's the same cleric who waylaid us in the street, now wearing a thunderously angry expression. Uh-oh. Well, disappointment can be a learning experience. Glimmers of realization dawned over me as I stared up at him. What exactly was in those vials? Perhaps a rare and potent alchemical catalyst, or some stale fish skin. The two do resemble one another, and it can be hard to tell them apart. You're feeling like a stray kitty. I mean, I'll be his kitty. Is he serious? I chanced another glance at the cleric. He's a little troll. I chanced another glance at the cleric who's not trying to elbow their way between the footstool. He's a little troll. That's why the music is like this. A few people make way, but most don't even notice their efforts. The street is far too crowded with hungry patrons. Shall we? Without even waiting for a response from me, he glides swiftly into the crowd once more. You're messing with them. You're messing with a Cenobian cleric? Such impolite behavior. I'm astounded you would even suggest it. Kura, I love it. He has a little, sneaky little side to him. I must still look incredulous because his smile off softens a little. He lifts his hand as if to pat my shoulder, then stops himself. As I said, you have nothing to fear. He ducks into what looks like an abandoned doorway, but opens into a small covered market. Stalls here are full of more spices than I knew existed. Even taking a short breath makes me sneeze. Kura slows his pace, occasionally pausing to examine the insistent hawker's wares. I guess this is a date. Wait. He looks up from a display of livid red leaves each as long as my forearm. He said I have nothing to fear, but everyone in Iridia seems wary of the Cenobium. People fear the obvious trappings of power, wealth, force, or hideously ostentatious power. For my part, I find such trappings merely disappointing. The Cenobian once had great potential. They squandered it decades ago in the pursuit of trinkets, pleasure, and petty tyranny. Their narrow, prosaic interests have rendered them blind to all else that moves. I think that's the most I've ever heard of Kura say on any topic. Sounds like you know them well. Kura lets out a long, low sigh. Miss Little Shandy. Ooh, okay. You could call me that. Problem with that. Familiarity breeds contempt, and I am more familiar with the Cenobium's crude methods than I would like. Now, I'm getting somewhere, something beyond vague warnings or swift deflection. I decide to press the point when I have the chance. Familiar how? Kura stops right in front of the display of prickled fruits, and I nearly run into his back. He steps aside at the last moment, his arms rest gently but firmly on my waist. I tense, but he's careful to avoid my bandaged hands. Our pursuer refuses to take no for an answer. Them again? I thought we'd lost them in the crowd. I crane my neck to look for the cleric, but Kura shakes his head. This way. The next street over seems to be home to the high-end brothels. It's full of steep stairways and shadowy passages, perfect for discreet trysts or losing a persistent tail. Pink curtains and painted facades sprawl around me like a giant colorful warren. It only takes a few more twists and turns down blind alleys and narrow walkways before I am completely turned around. Kuros, however, seems to be following some map in his own mind. He takes each turn with swift confidence, guiding me with the obsessional nudge. This is kind of romantic. The gaps between teetering buildings can hardly be called alleys, so narrow we have to pass through single file. Just a little further. The effortless grace which he moves is almost infuriating. It takes every ounce of concentration I have just to avoid tripping over loose ties, discarded clothes, and unidentifiable rubbish. Meanwhile, his long legs almost seem to float over every obstacle. His clothes are still completely pristine despite the soot-stained walls on either side. How the hell does he do it? Still trying to puzzle it out when I realize how warm it is with me practically tipping on his heels. The tiny gap between us seems to radiate heat like beating midday sun on the longest day of summer. Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah. Oh, he knows it very well. Like, he knows each and every corner. Stay close to Chorus. I definitely don't want to get lost here. I stay as close to Chorus as I can without actually touching him. I promise I will not lose you. Was I that obvious, or our eyes met, and despite my best efforts I found it hard to hold his gaze? His golden eyes and hot pins and needles racing along my spine. It's not unpleasant, but I've never felt anything like it before. Thank you for indulging me, Shani. I believe we have lost our tail. It's much quieter on the edges of the Emerald District, and the deals in the shadow look shadier. Did you enjoy your impromptu tour? The leaf escapes me in a tired laugh. After the day I've had playing keep away from a Zenobium cleric, seems almost normal. I wasn't in mortal peril, so that's a nice change of pace. He laughs too, soft and pleasant chuckle, completely at odds with his usual cool demeanor. Are you sure we've lost that cleric? If there's one thing you can count on, it is the elitism of the Cenobium's finest. They will not deign to follow us this far. He sounds confident enough, almost starting to wonder if he'd have to make a full circuit of the city to ditch them. A beam of moonlight cuts through the clouds, casting his face into sharp relief. Oh, there we go, my voice. However, I should escort you back to your lodgings. It would be unwise to let you go alone. What about you? Are you staying at the Wet Wig? Of course not. Then you're going back to your clinic alone? You just said that was a bad idea. He pauses, stares at me, and his expression flashes into a dental smile. I love his eyes so much. Oh, look at the smile. Fear not, Shani. Only the most desperate or foolish would dare lay a hand on me. It sounds insane after 2 near-death soulless encounters, but part of me believes him. The few people who are still out huddled beneath street lamps and in doorways desperate to be as close to safety as possible. Kuros, on the other hand, looks more relaxed than I've ever seen him. He's strolling down the middle of the street, bold as if it were broad daylight. Even walking alongside him makes me feel more secure, warmer, both inside and out. I hang on to that faint spark of hope and screw up my courage. Did you mean it this morning? And you said I could come back to you for help. Every word. All his earlier mirth vanishes, replaced by calm focus. I don't know what to say to that. I almost expected his offer to be a courtesy, an easy way to get me out of the door, the fact that he meant it. Why did you ask? I believe I already made my intention to help you quite clear. His eyes flick briefly to my arm, the one that he miraculously reattached when he found me. I can almost imagine him counting the neat stitches. I just wanted to make certain I'm still figuring out who's trustworthy and who's trouble. I see. Iridia does tend to attract extreme individuals, including you. Shani, I decline to incriminate myself in your eyes. I can recognize a smooth deflection when I hear one. Though if he won't talk more about himself, maybe he'll tell me about someone else. I decide to ask about who. Here we can go and ask some questions. Min? You and Min sounded like you two knew each other well. Chorus heaves a long-suffering sigh. I know them better than most, and less well than I would like. Like you, Min is a recent arrival. The time here has been particularly difficult, as much as I would like to help. He treads off when I know exactly what he's talking about. Min didn't seem like he's the sort of person who would accept help easily. Do they always pick fights that are twice their size? I have implored them not to. They rarely listen. Vera. How do you know Vera? Kuros visibly stiffens, and I remember the venom in Vera's voice when he grabbed me. That fucking doctor. It looks like the feeling is very much mutual. Regrettably, Vera is one of my worst patients. How did you cross his path? He stole my room key. You are fortunate that he did nothing else. Well, we kind of found out. He is far deadlier than he seems. There's a reason he is not a liberty. A reason for the collar and chain. It seemed pretty dodgy to me already. I hesitate waiting for Kuros to elaborate, but he seems to find even the thought of Vera distasteful. Leander? Why'd you send me to Leander for help? Few know already better than Leander. The company he keeps can be questionable, but I had confidence in him. Yeah, his bloodhounds seem rough around the edges. Leander has always preferred the company of those like him. Survivors of Bloodhounds' harsh realities, you must have noticed how they flock to him. I nod. He seemed to know every single person in the Wet Wig. And that's a good thing? Leander's closest peers trust him with their lives. I would say that counts for something. Ice? Have you ever been out to see Ice at the sea spring? Once. Only once? Seems like a spring with miraculous powers wouldn't trust the doctor. A long silence follows so long that I am not sure Cora's heard me. I'm about to repeat myself when he finally speaks in a near whisper. Ice is a rare newcomer who has proven himself immediately worthy of respect. Sea Spring is another matter. Hidden depths often contain unwelcome secrets. You could say that about anything around here. Yep. Already have one death. Fair point. Nonetheless, I have seen many purported wonders, and the Sea Spring is unlike any other. Only time will tell what that means. With my curiosity stated for now, I fall silent. I wish Chris had given me a little more to go on, but he seems almost as tight-lipped about others as he is about himself. By the time we were back at the Wet Wig, the Amaryllis district seemed even noisier and more raucous than before. Drunken patrons overflowing the streets, which reek of spilled wine. How am I supposed to sleep with all this racket? I suggest the stiffest drink at the bar, alternatively a ball of wax. Very funny. Even with how tired I am, I'm not sure I get a wink of sleep. I'm about to say goodnight to Chorus when someone staggers out of the Wet Wig and right into me. I stumble back, heels teetering on the edge of the filthy gutter. Shandy? The next thing I know, a pair of warm arms catch me around my waist. Hello. I find myself staying up at Chorus, pressed against his chest. His grasp loosens, but he doesn't quite let me go. Something shifts in his gaze, his eyes fix on my face, and I feel myself growing hot all over at his intense scrutiny. What does he see in me? What is he looking for? Chorus? My apologies. Even after he moves away, the warmth of his touch lingers through my clothes. What? We had a moment? That was a moment. I quickly tug up my cloak straight, trying to recollect my scattered thoughts. Good night. Thanks for everything today. You are most welcome. He turns his lips into the crowd, though I can pick out his pristine white coat with ease. A chilly gust howls down the street. When did it get so cold out? Ooh, remember how it was warm next to him? But suddenly it's cold all of a sudden? It's like he was warming us. Ooh. His root is gonna kill me. I know it now. Like, if it's not gonna kill me in the game, it's gonna kill me in real life. Because I feel like there's gonna be like a lot of like tension like this. Very subtle. Okay, one last one. Continue. Okay, eyes. Last one for the night. Yeah, I bet Vera has the most deaths. Which I'm used to that from Ukyo's route, which I haven't finished yet. That has a lot of deaths too. So I already knew if I picked that other thing, he's gonna kill me. But I picked it anyway to see what happens. Morbid curiosity draws me after Ice. I think out into the back of the Wet Wig, where he's beating someone up, I guess. The alley's dead silent. Not really what I expected from a fight. A dull crunch reaches my ears, then a thud. I peer around the corner of the building, careful to keep hidden. Dark glistening red spatters the ground, spidering through the seams of cobblestone. It guides my eye to a collapsed body across from me. Once so violent, the roughneck is now little more than a sack of crumpled flesh, blotted with mud. Ice exhales, his breath misting against the cold air. Blood flecks his knuckles as he looms over the motionless body, his feet on either side of it. Fear spreads like ice in my bones. Moments ago he was joking and friendly with the others, but now... Ice's crimson eyes find me in the dark. Not running, Sparrow? I rarely rise to my feet, moonlight illuminating my face. I thought I was out of sight. But Ice in the back of my head. Ice steps off the roughneck. My eyes stay locked on the body. It's wet with layers of blood and grime, completely still. I mean, he did. He's alive. Are you sure? Calling me a killer or a liar? Ooh. Killer. Must be scared. You won't hurt me. It comes up more like a Christian. His eyes look down my body, then up again. Not like him, at least. His bloody knuckles catch his attention. He tries to rub them clean but ends up smearing the blood around more. I keep making bad impressions on you. I didn't know you cared about my opinion. Just prefer you didn't piss yourself when we talk. Noise poppets in my chest. Well, I'm not pissing myself, even with your bad impressions. Like the first time we met, Ice chips away at my fear, placing it with irritation instead. Ice kneels beside the roughneck and frisks him. I can never wonder if the crime was worth the punishment, but I hold my tongue. Deftly, Ice's hands search through the roughneck's pockets. It doesn't take him long to find the prize, a cigarette and a matchbox. He seeks a match. Sparks light up his angular features with a golden glow. It's distracting for a moment, but my gaze inevitably drops back to the muddy body. You just gonna leave him there? Ice draws deep from the cigarette. He exhales heavily, smoke curling past his lips. I breathe in the sweet spice scent of cloves. As his tension melts away, he looks at me with cool-lidded eyes. Should I give him a blanket? Unbothered by the maybe corpse, he takes a seat on the crate opposite the bar. I stand awkwardly, forgetting why I came out here in the first place. An unpleasant silence stretches between us. Weather's nice. Cold, murky, and humid here means I want to believe he's teasing me, but for all I know, this is pleasant for Iridia. Was Princess good company? Who? He takes another long drag. His metal rings catch the light of the cigarette in a flash of red. The soldiers who escorted you back. You named it Princess. Jealous? He touched a smile. You have no idea. I think your nickname's more fitting. Sparrow. Not sure where Ice got it from. Maybe I should tell him to call me by my name, but it's kind of nice. He's really like, he'll be fine. He's just like on the cold floor after being beaten up to a pulp. Not that I'd ever tell him that. Before I can dissect my feelings, I quickly change the subject back to the solace. I love the little thing. She is cute. I love Princess. She was cute. She was kind of cute in a weird way. I glanced absentmindedly at my hand, remembering how she'd nuzzled into my palm at my touch. I softened for a brief moment. Her tail wouldn't stop going when she got back. The group of them don't get much attention. Think she's cute now, wait till you see her tricks. I thought her tricks. Princess is a smart one. She'll learn anything if you have the right rewards. Sounds about right. The idea of tamed souls is this outlandish to me. I was mauled by a mindless bloodthirsty beast, and he's talking about them like they're pets. But it's possible, all because of the sea spring. I need to get the answers he wouldn't give me before. I carefully take a seat beside them on a crate, contemplating my strategy. He doesn't seem to mind. He closes his eyes, tilts back his head against the wall, relax. Without the pressure of his intense gaze, I feel myself ease up too, as long as I keep my attention away from the bloody heap across from us. I glance over the eyes and allow my eyes to linger. Ooh. A sea glass colored tattoo slides up his arm, painting over grooves of muscles. Silver jewelry glints in the moonlight. It draws my eyes to his bare chest, rough hands, curved jaw. Staring at the chest for a little while here. His ears, his horns, his pupils, everything about him is sharp, even the fangs, that only show when he grins. But my attention is drawn back to the tattoo. Something about it feels unnatural, as if its tendrils move when I'm not looking. What's your verdict? I whip my head in the opposite direction. What verdict? Got a long good look. Are you impressed or do I need work? My face grows hot. I'm gonna evade that. You're annoying. He responds with a low chuckle draped in smoke. Didn't stop you from staring. He is a really good. Yeah, that's probably it. That's a good observation. My embarrassment spikes. Without thinking, I blurt out a change of topic. I have a question about the sea spring. Boredom eclipses his amusement in an instant and he closes his eyes again. Of course you do. Thought I made myself clear what you'd be giving up. Before you kick me out, go drinking. I still need to know more. I turn for a question. It sounds more like an order than anything else. I bristle on his narrowed gaze. Fine. He takes a long pull from his cigarette and lets the smoke trace slowly from his lips. Your curse. What about it? This song and dance is altered for me, a selfish question comes first. What does it do? Is it painful? Can you control it? I brace myself for all the inevitable onslaught. Is the thought of living with it really so unbearable? My dread dies with his words. No one has asked me that before. You've survived this long, and as you're running out of time, I'd wonder if it's really worth the sacrifice. He flicks the cigarette aside and props his head on blood-smeared knuckles. But what do I know? I'm just an outsider. My fingers fuss with the trim of my cloak. Ordinarily, I'd feel annoyed, but now my chest feels tight. You could have sold me if you were less honest. You're a shit salesman. He laughs under his breath. Harsh words. We lapse into silence again. This time it's surprisingly nice. The quiet, chilled air is a calming reprieve. You know, you didn't seem like an outsider back at the bar. A lot of people like you. I swear just a bro at me. I started by asking about... Okay, you can ask. I like his... It seems like this is his theme. Vera, Kuras, Min, Leander. So we go in my order again. Maybe Min doesn't necessarily like you, but they definitely pay attention to you. I's reaction takes me off guard. He always pinches the bridge of his nose, as exasperated as I've ever seen him. I make enemies as easily as I breathe, Sparrow. Doesn't bother me. But that dove's got it out for me, for no reason. Maybe they're unsettled by the sea spring. It's not about that. Goes without saying that they've got some issues. Don't think they understand that you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. Honey has left a bad taste in my mouth in the past. It could be the same for them. At least you're capable of conversation. Do me a favor and teach the dove some manners, but they'd lay off eventually if I didn't bite. Hasn't happened yet. I briefly considered the possibility that Min wants to get bitten. I'm not about to propose that though. Vera? Brody killer tough guy. He has like a relaxing vibe to him. Like he seems like he's like the type of guy that is like really real in a sense. Like he's like few words, very cheeky, but to the point. Like he seems like a really honest guy. I was surprised to see that you and Vera are close. Blessing and a curse. From what I've gathered, most people think he's, I don't know, an asshole? And water's wet. Wait for him to elaborate or add his thoughts, but he doesn't. So what do you like about him? He lets out a quiet laugh as if amused by my question. A lot of things, you already named one. Like that he's an asshole. Temperament matches the drapes, looks good on blood and better in tears. Favorite things to taste, sometimes it fritters up if you... Ooh. Continue that sentence. He catches himself, clears his throat. It's hard not to let the disappointment show in my expression. Vera's one of the most honest people you meet. Just don't listen to a single thing he says. That sounds like a complete opposite to me. Okay, Leander. You and Leander clearly get along well. You like Leander? Doesn't everyone? He's helped me a lot since I arrived in Iridia. He even got me a free room at the Wet Wig. His charm has gotten him far, but for Leader he surely likes it when others take control. He's I think he's a masochist or like submissive or something like that. Part of me desperately wants to ask what he meant, but I continues before I get the chance. Surprised we get along? I thought you'd be at each other's throats instead of drinking buddies. His smile is easy, but there's a dangerous edge to it. Leander's done a good job for a human. Naturally, there'll come a time when his resolve is tested. Same could be said for anyone in this plane or the next. As for my resolve, well, stick around in Iridia long enough and you'll find out. Is that an invitation? And not slowly, I can't decide if it sounds like a promise or a threat. But any more observations, Sparrow? Kuras. Didn't know that you and Kuras were friends. In a way, I help him in the clinic sometimes. Doctor doesn't let most people closer than arm's length. And you do? Heart's on my sleeve. Get the sense Kuras was like that in the past. Must have been burned. He treads off after the last few words, then shrugs. He opened up in his own ways, if he's relaxed enough. I don't know how to even imagine that. You'd be surprised. Even the doctor has an endearing side. I saw that in this thing. It's very Leander. It's really giving that. I want in on that, please. Thank you. You'd be surprised. Even the doctor has an endearing side. And the side that's more intriguing, the fact that Chris has an endearing side of the idea that Ice has managed to coax it out of him. Tell me if you uncover any of his other secrets, I'd kill to know more. My main point is that, sparking from experience, being an outsider usually means you don't have friends. I don't. I leveled him with a tired look. Fine, I confess, I have one friend. Don't say yourself. Oh, Dios, I bet that's his thing here. As soon as he says the name, A thick wave of unease ran through me, the same sensation I felt at the C-spring and the outskirts. But as quickly as the sick feeling hits me, it's dissipating, leaving me oddly numb against the prickling cold. Who's that? A friend. It lives in my head? It lives in your head. I tapped his temple with a finger. Right here. Probably his curse. Scared you off yet? That'd be the third bad impression I've made on you today. I'm stunned for a long moment processing what he just told me. Then I burst into a fit of laughter. You're serious? Ice grins wet enough to flash his fangs. Deadly. It sounds so fucking absurd. I can't help it. On top of everything I've gone through today, I feel like I'm living a fever dream. I've come close to a death more times than I can count, and caught a tame solace in a horrifying root mine, and now I'm supposed to believe that there's someone living inside Ice's head. There are tears in my eyes by the time I rein myself in. Ice waits patiently, lips quirked in an amusement. Sorry, it just sounds so ridiculous. The tension that wound my shoulders so tightly had melted away, and for the first time in a long time I feel like I can breathe. I feel better. Dukas, where in the rat's asses are you? Raucous, gruff shouts rise in the streets, echoed by the sound of heavy boots sloshing through mud. The voices shared a roughneck's accent from the bar, the same roughneck who still may be dead and lying bloodied across from us, and then you forget about him. Drive around and find out. Don't laugh. I shove to my feet as their voices get louder. They're closing in quick. Ice pulls me by the wrist out of the alley, away from beaming moonlight. We dive into a nook between buildings, wait in the shade of tattered canopies. It's a tight fit. Ice boxes me in against the wall, his body all but presses against mine as he towers over me. For the second time today, the heady scent of smoke envelops me, but this time cut with the metallic tinge of someone else's blood. Ice pitches his voice slow, quiet. My heart leaps into my throat. I suddenly acutely aware of the heat radiating off Ice's body, the feeling of his leg grazing my thigh, the closeness of his breath. This is bad. I scream against him and earn a burning crimson glare. Do we really have to? His hands cover my mouth, muffling my whispers. He shakes his head. Don't. Damn, he's over here. Dukas, wake up, you bastard. A group of individuals, all brandishing spiked weapons, fill the alley. They all wear violet sashes, some kind of uniform. I wish I could see what they're doing, but Ice's arm all but blocks my side. My eyes trail up the teal markings. They call around his arm, his biceps. They lead up to Ice's collarbone, to the cords hanging around his neck. Into the smuggest smirk I've ever seen. I had to turn away. Seriously? I'm sorry. I have to do it. I'm sorry. I gotta be that whore. I move before I can think, open my mouth enough to bare my teeth and bite down on Ice's palm hard. He went to surprises flashing across his features. His hand leaves my mouth and I gasp at air. Nerve is rapid from the adrenaline, but it's only when I lick my lips, when I taste the metallic ting of blood, that I realize I broke skin. Panic builds in my chest, my body tenses, bracing for its reaction. Every moment he makes it slow and deliberate. He bends down, leans close to my ear, and in a husky whisper only I can hear, "At least someone could draw blood today." A hot thrill jolt through me. For a heartbeat, I forget to breathe. Voices in the attic grab Ice's attention this time. Shit, he's got more broken ribs than whole ones. What kind of freak did this? Fan out. Find the cocksucker responsible. You three, take Dukas back to base. At least he's still breathing. The alley clears out as footsteps rush away from us. We stay still until they're distant, melting into the rumble of the corridor. When we finally step back into the moonlight, the night air is ice on my skin. I feel dazed and the need to keep myself off ice at all costs. Was that really necessary? The tremble to my voice is nothing but embarrassing. Could ask you the same thing, didn't know the sparrows could bite. You're lucky I didn't do worse. Try me. The thought of ripping that shitty grin off his face is definitely tempting. Staying hidden was the best option. Would be asked to run into them with you there. What? Because I'm dead weight? Because 3 bad impressions are enough for one day. The answer is too vague for my liking, but he's probably right. Either way, I don't have the energy to argue. Come on, Sparrow, let's get you home before you're framed for murder. Very funny. We reached the front of the Wet Wig too quickly. I hate to admit it, but I don't want to separate from Ice yet. And not just because he never answered my questions. He's infuriating as easy as he makes me feel on edge. He can make me feel safe, secure somehow. You know where to find me. At the creepiest place in the world. Take your time before you decide to drink. I happen to like your shitty attitude. It takes me a moment to process it. Then my eyes flutter down to my feet. Keep that in mind. When I glance back from the ground, it's already down the street, disappearing to the throng of people. No fanfare, not even a wave. Asshole. It is kinky. Thank you for playing. Da, 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 da. Okay, I want to see what the other two options are, and then I go to bed. So... let's glare at him. I would love nothing more than to chew him out, but his hand is clamped over my mouth. Fix him with the deadliest glare I can muster. I was responsible for a wolfish grin, and I realized I've locked myself into eye contact with him. The thrill drove through me, my face hot beneath his touch. This can't be happening. Why am I getting worked up in this situation? Voices in the alley grab Ice's attention this time. Shit, he's got broken ribs and whole ones. Da, 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 da. So what is gonna be his reaction to that? Was that really necessary? Tremble to my voice is nothing but embarrassing. Saying him most the best option would be has to run into them without you what because I'm dead weight. Because I'm precious. Okay, then he's gonna skip it. Okay. I wanna load and see what the other one is. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of options. My eyes dart away from his face, following the line of his neck, down his chest. The way the pendant hangs above the line of the abdomen, just before the skin gets swallowed by darkness. A thrill draws through me, my face hot beneath his touch. This can't be happening. Why am I getting worked up in this situation? So at this point, he doesn't notice it. Voices in the alley grab Ice's attention this time. What's that really necessary? Okay, we have pretty much seen everything. Okay, title screen. Yes. Okay, let's go. So we did basically everything. And yeah, I need to see if we do tomorrow the other options that we haven't done. Or how that's gonna go. Yeah, probably. And then we like switch routes. That was the fun one, yes. I would have picked it either way, like. The way it's red too. I wonder if in the final thing you have to like get so and so many charm points before you can free that up. So you can use that. I do like about the demo that you can just do your thing essentially and still get it. But it makes sense that maybe in the final game it's like you have to get so and so many points before you can like see that special CG or whatever. So that's going to be interesting. Oh, that did help me to make up my decision. It didn't change much, to be honest. Like I still know who my favorite is out of all of them. I still know my favorites. Yeah, it's still like Kuros and Ice share one place. And it's Leander for me, and then Vera, and then Min. They're all interesting in their own ways, definitely. I did not expect Kuros to be this, like... I knew he was gonna have like a second side to him, but I did not expect him to be this cheeky and like a little bit childish in a way, like having like childish fun and stuff. I did not really expect that from him, so that was really interesting to see. Okay, I definitely have to go to the Kickstarter tonight before I sleep, so I can pledge before it's going to go up in price. Yeah, he is charming. I like his character in a way. Like he's real in a sense. He's real. Definitely. I like that about him. I can't wait to see more. I did not expect the demo to be so long and through. Like this was like how long? Almost 5 hours just for that. And I didn't even do all options, and I didn't even like check the other routes and stuff. So that's gonna be fun to do all the other stuff. And decide between like I think I'm gonna do Bloodhound next. Like if you're already part of Leander's crew, maybe you even get a lot like a different introduction. So that's going to be interesting. Okay, that was it for now. That was fun. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, I'm gonna get to bed. I really want to check out the Kickstarter and stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna stream some more tomorrow because I really want to finish it, and I have like the whole night then to like actually finish it and stuff. So we're gonna see. Thanks for sticking around. Bye.